Okay, we are back. This time with, again, more Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, where we are in the past, back to the first case that Miles ever did as a prosecutor. 7 years ago, I believe it was. We just got to, like, the halfway point of the area, so now that we've determined that well, it's a bit hard to go into the thing in the first place. Now that we've determined that the two people that have died have not killed each other, we have to try and figure out what's happened there. I'm just gonna make sure everything's working first, because I am in a little bit of a rush, but not too badly anyway. Obviously, that's basically what's happened. What's happened is we went back in time because it was back to where we met Kay as a child. The first day that we met Gumshoe, Francisca is there, Manfred and Karma is there, and yeah, this is like the very first case that we ever prosecuted. The original prosecutor was killed, as well as the defendant. They think the prosecutor was the original Garasu. One of the defense lawyer is her sister was killed by another person that seems to be out there and doing stuff. There's just a lot that's happened at the moment. Obviously, the rest of this week, tomorrow, if we're able to stream, will be Persona 5 Strikers. If we don't stream on the Saturday, I will take the day off, and then on Sunday we will do Strikers. Monday will be Marvel, and then Tuesday to Friday will be more of this game. We're definitely not finishing this game this week, considering how many, even though we're spending like hours on each case, we're only getting like maybe like one full like length case done per stream. So these games are taking a while. Like, even this case here, we spent the majority of... We spent 2 hours yesterday doing the ending of the third case, and all the rest of that time, which was like 5 or 6 hours at least, was all dedicated to finishing that. So, yeah. Just to refresh everyone, basically, yeah, that's what's happened at the moment. I mean, I guess it's like, I can actually probably get into the case a little bit better by actually entering into the game, which we'll do right now. I'm not going to check out the gallery, because I don't want to get spoiled, and I don't want to spoil anybody else. I guess I should just open the game and show everyone what we're doing. We're in the middle part of the trial right now. I guess I should just quickly do a brief synopsis of the story, because there's been a lot that's happened. I think this is where we are. So basically, what's happened here, we've gone back in time to 7 years ago, when we were the prosecutor for the first time, so Von Karma is our, thing. This guy got murdered, who was the prosecutor. They think that he might be the original Yatagarasu, or at least that's what they're saying that he is. Dead Man, who is the victim in the case that was killed by, this guy. Mackerel. This guy was accusing Faraday of being the Yatagarasu and getting paid off. We don't know who the Yatagarasu is, yet. Welcome in, Sarada. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Just doing a brief overview of the story for everyone to catch up. Obviously, little girl is from, current day, but she's just much older now. We're talking to the judge at the moment. It's Gumshoe's first case. Obviously, Von Karma's daughter. This guy apparently killed this girl's sister and got away with it. So she's also just a defense attorney for justice, basically. BRB, no problem. Take your time. I think an ad's gonna start soon anyway, but I can always snooze it if I need to. And then basically, yeah, there's a lot happening right now with this story. So we're only about halfway through. Pretty much we determined that the two people that have died did not kill each other, so that means that they've been separately murdered. And then we got the backstory with certain characters. So this guy apparently killed this girl's little sister, so she's now out for justice, basically. Bad is basically like the precinct detective who's in charge of Gumshoe, whose first case is today. And then obviously the judge is the judge, and yeah, there's not a lot that's really happened at the moment. That's basically how the game works, like so far. So we're in the middle of the case. I think we've just reached the point. Have we reached the point where we're doing the investigation? I think we have. I believe this is like the because we did a bunch of talking, and then we also ended up yeah, we're about to do the actual investigation portion. So. We've been given the second part of that to do. So we're going to do that. Hang on a second, did I just get more? Oh, there was 2 of them. Oh, hang on a second, I just realized this now. Alright, let's just get started. We're in the middle of about starting an investigation. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel like that I'm worthy of a proper title. Very well then, I shall call you Mr. Von Calmer and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'd like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. Really appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Alright, so now we can begin our second investigation section. But yeah, that was the general overview at the moment of this case. We're still trying to uncover what's actually going on. So, Manfred is still alive because obviously this is the very, very first case. This guy was killed along with Mackerel, who was accusing him of being the Adagarasu, and obviously this guy was killed as well. We don't know what's happened at this point here. Kay, this is Kay's 7 years ago, so we know her now. She's with us. We still don't know what her involvement in this case is. Obviously, Gumshoe's first day on the job. Francisca is like our budding rival slash friend slash other prosecutor. I mean, these characters are basically friends. And then this guy, we only saw him for a brief instance, but he killed this girl's sister, so she's now out for justice, but then also and then obviously this is the boss of things. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna go and since this is an investigation, we can pretty much just go around the entire way and just do whatever. Just do whatever. There's no real, like, limitation here that we need to think, so, because I have to do logic anyway. So let's just, talk to everyone, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. Beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Time of the murder, what do you know? Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. That's so weird. That is so weird, just to put a... Why would you do that? Well, I know that bathrooms have windows in them, but typically the windows that are in bathrooms are, like, above... Like, they're above the stall, so that people can't see the you know... They're above the stall. Here, the window is in line with another room. That's really weird. Who made this decision? I have no idea, but yeah, this is extremely weird that they decided, you know what, we're gonna build 2 windows adjacent to each other, and one of them leads to the damn restroom. That's weird. I don't know if I would want that. Like, that's definitely not something that you do with architecture. Oh boy. Alright. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but hey, I guess somebody did. Just don't know why I have to type this out manually. Alright, yeah, it's just weird. A weird decision. When I was going into the restroom, the detective, Gumshoe, is it? While he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, this I couldn't believe. When I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Rana, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Well, until the murders occurred, I sort of just brushed it off. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. It's probably all I'm gonna find from his honor. So Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Yeah, although, they are, like, that's why I said there's been, the only times the judges in this game have been, actually, like, bad was when they were, like, removed from that thing. It's like the first game, in the first game, the guy who took over from the judge was bad. The one who took over in the Spirit of Justice game at the end of the game was bad. Like, the judge themselves, the normal judge that we get, he's never shown to be bad. He's a fair judge. Outside of maybe, like, the first couple of cases from Spirit of Justice, where we had to kind of prove ourselves before he kind of, like, thing, but even then, it's like, he was still a fair judge, but it was also because their rules over in that country were not good. Like, they were just not good. So there's not really been I've always wondered, Edgeworth was talking again, I've always wondered if they would do a evil judge. I've always wondered if they would do an evil judge character, like, from the very beginning, where the judge was corrupt, but, I guess not. Maybe because it would be too obvious, but... Alright, let's have a look at the courthouse specials. What have we got here? It would appear this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Vending machine that sells courthouse special goods. A few sweet items are for sale. Alright, what have we got? It's lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced. Lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped us from this machine. That's the other thing as well. This happens a lot in certain circumstances. So if you go out to a sporting event, or if you go to like an area where they often overprice everything, because usually the only other option is to go out and things. So more often than not, it's better to just eat before or after what you're doing rather than during, because usually everything is overpriced. Like in this situation, these are like beef jerky for $9, like a sandwich, a ham sandwich that looks like it's only got a piece of ham and lettuce. $8. I was wondering about that myself. So yeah, this is extremely weird. Like honestly, $9 for orange juice and $7 for milk. You get the same basic, like, you basically get the same amount, but it's like a $2 extra. Alright, so what have we got? A hot dog for $7. That doesn't even look like a hot dog to me. Where's this is a hot dog? Like, not even any, like, we've got some sauce on it, not even, like, tomato sauce, whatever this sauce is. Not even mustard, just beef jerky for $9. Let's have a look, shall we? overpriced. But yeah, oftentimes things like this are expensive because it's usually like the only option that you have. So they're like, oh, well, we can justify it because it's thing. So that's why you'll notice like in different areas, certain vending machines are more expensive than other ones. It's just the way things are. Alright. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs. Overruled. Alright, let's have a look at all these. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks, I see. Watching Scary Movie 5 while you eat tacos. I have not seen a scary movie in a long, long time, but enjoy your tacos. Thank you for keeping me tabbed. Enjoy your dinner? Dinner at this point? Snack, dinner. Yeah, it'll be dinner for you, right? It's about what, around 6, 7 p.m. I think. I have not watched a scary movie in I don't remember the last time I watched a scary I don't remember the last time I watched a scary movie. It's been a long, long time. Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name? Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. Acting so foolish that I got so thoroughly mad, and am now utterly famished. If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Overpriced foods. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. What are these slogans? Sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge. Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. Where's these? Wait, I was gonna say, did someone leave their bill in here? Alright. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end of these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. Suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess. You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? Wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pull our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Oh, Francisco. Just, yep. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now. No, I think it might mean that this was milked right before the... right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Again, these prices are ridiculous. You're telling me that I can get a hot dog for cheaper than a glass of, like... A hot dog is the same price as a glass of milk. And orange juice is more expensive than a hot dog. What are these prices? What are these prices? I would not buy anything from here. Like, what are these prices? And these slogans as well. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? Wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. Getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. Right. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know? Just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it. Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. Terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. Used the fight on the first floor. Called the precinct. Told them to send somebody over. And that detective is the one that showed up. Only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stay in guard, Detective Bad. Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, he came up to those defendant lobbies tonight together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad. That he dragged Rel out of lobby number 2 to have a word or something. Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all of that take place? Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. Given the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. How can you make such a claim? One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. The detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. Must have gone to lobby number 2, just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. Seems that I am still missing some key pieces of information. What is that? Oh, that's a Pepe with a DJ set. All these emotes, where do you get all these emotes? I swear, like, out of anybody that I know, you're the one who gets all the craziest emotes. You get the craziest emotes. Oh my god, just so many of them. Twerking cows and ass catching and twerking Pepe. Oh, all the emotes. All the emotes, I love it. I wish I was as creative as this, but I have, like, no creativity. So I just embarrass myself by having Pikachu dancing and... Detective Bad, you also had the gunshot, did you not? Heard it when I was at defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? Crap, the big like it was just walking around in the hall. And raced into lobby number 2. That's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Is that a word? Discoverer? I think it is. It just doesn't sound right. The discoverer? Is that a... I need to check this. Is discoverer a word? No, it is. Okay, discoverer is an actual word. Oh, I gotta remind my sister that I should check that actually for her. I forgot all about that. Let me actually check something. I'm gonna do a light. I might actually let her know. Disney Villainous. Is this here? I don't think it's available yet. Okay, maybe not yet. I'll have to let her know that that is coming out. Gotta let her know that, remind her that the next Disney Villainous board game set is probably out now. Came out like a week ago. Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else... You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare. Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if you can make Francisca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? Do I ask him everything, or do I just ask him one? I have to ask him a specific one, so... Yes, this one. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get it, or he'd be late. Just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Dr. Bad's testimony, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Are we done here? Don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door, doing nothing. Get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? Don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the Forensic Scientist Corporation? Do as you like. Sure. So, I'm probably gonna have to come back to you later. Alright, let's investigate this area. Again, it's so weird that they built a bathroom, put a bathroom window on the same, like, level of height as another window. And, yeah, that would be, like, I feel like if that was done today, that would be, like, that probably wouldn't be allowed to happen, I don't think. Or, you know, because you wouldn't want someone, you wouldn't want to be in the restroom and then someone pops out onto their balcony and then is able to look through directly, like, you can see directly into the restroom from the balcony in this. I don't know why this, that just would not work. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't see it. At your height? I'm not surprised. Yep. That's what happens when you make height jokes. I guess short people have feelings too. What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of the cactus's needles. Didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. You really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Potted cactus sitting on the hallway's window... The hallway window's windowsill, its needles are dangerous. Someone probably moved it, I'm guessing. Well, then I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. Someone probably moved it. Maybe. What is this? Did I just read this? What are we doing? Hang on a second. Why does this exist? This is actually happening, I swear, every... what is this? What is, like, the world coming to? I just saw a tweet. Like, I don't even follow politics. Like, I'm not even following anything political on Twitter, and I swear every day I keep getting, like, 3, 4, 5 tweets all about politics. And most of it's about the US, which I don't even live in the US. I don't even live in the US, and it's like, I do care, but at the same time, like, I don't know why I keep getting these tweets. I don't look up any of this stuff, I guess it's just because it's popular. I don't know. Like, and every time it's always breaking news, this has happened, breaking news, that has happened, breaking news, this happens. Like, it's almost like I made... Piece of pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway window made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, sees a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable. So, like, I was the one who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Alright, I guess the ants. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants. Same goes for you, Francisca. Alright. Ah, there's a handprint, and there's a, something to go around here. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. That detective, he claims that are single ants that buy him. And yet here's a whole hill of them. What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this to this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Found on the floor under the bench, a hill of ants are attracted to their sweet scent. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. Wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought. Sorry? One thing that I found interesting that I saw is, they said if spiders all worked together as a unit, and had the goal of ending human extinction, making humans extinct, it would only take them a year. It would only take them a year to kill everyone. Which is very interesting. It would only take them a year to kill the entire population. Oh, great. Here we go. Alright, it's a handprint. Dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame. Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the print of the person who sullied this bench. I see, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. Got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. Do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Interesting. Good work, officer. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints left on the hallway bench, dark smudge amidst the scent of sweet sugar. There you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. Since that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. No signs of this fire extinguisher was used in the crime. If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Francisca, let's not try to rush absolute genius. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna get that other trophy today, considering it's taken me half an hour just to get to this point, and we're still not even close. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have saved that much time. He's making a most ridiculous looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to Avant Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course, at any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. I guess we know all of the players in this case, then. It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. I wonder if the drinks are as expensive as this. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Let's have a look at the... Doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. Suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Have we done everything, though? I think we have. Like, I've examined... Yeah, nothing else has tick boxes on it. Wait. Yeah, these are all done. This is done. This is done. That's done. So I guess now we just do the evidence now. Vending machine. Grab that, grab that. Yeah, read logic mode. Yeah. Yeah, read logic mode. Okay, logic mode. We want to compare vending machine with the Swiss roll crumbs. We also want to make sure that we get the bad ending as well, so... You know what, we can do that now. Let's just go for the next bad ending, and then we'll go and do the rest of the logic, because it looks like I'm going to run out. So let's do that now, and then we'll, continue. Anyway, just mash the, stuff together here. This is bad ending 4, I believe, out of 7, for this case. Pretty much just mash X and then triangle for a bit. afraid I can't let the two of you mess things up any more than you already have. So don't get me wrong, but get out. But I have an investigation to run. Don't care if you do or don't. The fact is that you're in my way. You there, take these kids outside. Sir, yes sir. Okay, load the save game, then do it properly. So now, we do the logic properly. So vending machine and Swiss roll crumbs. Bits of chocolate and cake. Could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? May not seem like the right venue, however it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss. Do until the end with these. 2 for 6. Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally, after all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor inside the bench. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Really? We've got to investigate it again. Oh, we've got to examine this machine and then do the deduce. And then compare this thing with the trash. We already got the bad ending, so that's fine. So examine again. Because we also know that, remember, he said in the thing here, where was it? This. Detective Gumshoe's annual bonus of $5. He had no cash on him until he cashed this in. And if he had only $5, how was he able to buy a Swiss roll, basically? Okay, I've already examined everything here. So we want to deduce this and say, hang on a second. If this was the case, how did Gumshoe buy it if he had only $5 on him? Better for Gumshoe's finances. He said that until this morning, didn't even have a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they were, well, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. A detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Did you see here? It says on the thing here, Swiss roll dropped by a mysterious young girl. So, and remember, she came to, at the start of the case, she came to, she bumped into Edgeworth, I think it was, and asked for change for a $1 note. She gave him like a bunch of pennies and all that other stuff. So that would explain what's happening with them at least. now we do the last bit of logic. Windowsill cactus and the trash. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped up balloon. Suppose that's possible. Balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Just know I've seen a pink balloon around, found on a windowsill of hallway window. Alright, that's everything then. I believe I now have a very firm grip of what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisca, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Step 10, 5:15 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Good old Courtroom number 3. For the most part, that's where most of the events take place in the original game, I think it was. I don't know the original game. In the majority of the games that take place in the normal courthouse is usually in just Courtroom number 3. I think there was a couple of times where we did Courtroom number 4 or 2, and then we did like a few foreign courts, but it's always Courtroom number 3 when we're doing it in the like area that we're mostly known for, I guess. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge. I'm nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence of the courtroom. Silence, I say. Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Manfred Von Karma, Miss Genius Prosecutor, successor of Manfred Von Karma. You bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well then, your testimony, if you please. Alright, what have we got to say? What's the judge got to say again? What I saw at recess. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There was a window on the hallway side, in other words. I could see into the hall. Yeah, this is all a part of the one. This is a part of the courthouse. Like, you're telling me that the courthouse, they decided just randomly, like, okay, here's where the restroom's gonna be, and then we're just gonna put a window here, and then there's gonna be a window that also can, like, you would just remove one of those windows, or you would put one, this like, I know that I'm comparing this to a video game. It's like, it's a video game thing. It's just, it's a video game, so it's obviously not supposed to make real-world sense. But let's say that this real-world building did exist. There's no reason why you should have a restroom window that's on the level of the cubicles, being able to be viewed from another window in another part of the area that has a balcony. Makes absolutely no sense. Like, I feel like that would have been, that was like a massive overlook, but obviously they've done this for the case, so. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? I'm so used to simply listing testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. Yeah, there's no way we would have got the other trophies today, considering we're still doing testimony almost an hour in. Press everything, and then fourth segment. So, Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask? Well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Well, maybe. I knew it! Hang on a second, what's this for? really. I just, yeah. Okay. You suspect me of some foolery, don't you? Please stay calm, Your Honor. This is gonna be much harder than I anticipated. I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away. Why couldn't you? Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom. At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. Hold it. Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom? What is the meaning of that statement? It simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor. I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one in the courtroom. Suppose that's only natural given your circumstances. I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly. Your Honor, there is no need to yell. I can hear you just fine. Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Oh, then let's continue with the testimony. Hold it. Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat. Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw. What preposterous! My eyes are as sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although, recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be. Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy. But allow me to say, with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. Disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say... I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines? Why, yes. Yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. That detective must have gone to the crime scene, lobby number 2 at that point. So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? Hold it. Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm. No. I'm perfectly calm. You're being anything but perfectly calm. It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. Suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisca, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height. Why don't you hold that whip still for just a second? Now, about His Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight to be an important factor. If it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already? I will, but there is one thing I need to do if I'm to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements. Alright, so it's this one here, the fourth one. So I want to present the fingerprints here. Wait, I didn't get to look at these. Can't believe they're selling Swiss rolls like these in vending machines these days. Yes, and I can't believe it's $6 for 2. I mean, who charges that much for a commoner's junk food? Francisco, if you want one, all you have to do is buy one for yourself. I'm working right now. It won't do for me to eat while there's a case to be solved. Your idea of working is vastly different from mine. Like, no special, like, anything with the wrapper. Okay, nothing at all. We're gonna present this. And then we press the second statement. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway like bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. You must know the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Well, that's good, but who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing just murder, he has to go and dirty the courthouse too! Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. Cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints proved my conclusions to be true. But I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up in the wall, into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. Making more height jokes. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Sorry. Didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually, there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? But I saw part 2. You know what would be funny if there was a bad ending for if you got even one thing wrong? Throughout the entire case. And the ending could be something like, oh, like you solved the case and did the thing, but it wasn't absolutely perfect, so you get a bad ending. As like a what do you want to call it? Like a, not really a, like an alternate. Oh god, I just look. The Ice Cube. The Ice Cube remake of War of the Worlds is the worst film of 2025. I mean, I bet it is, but like, I also, that also says a lot, like, that also says a whole lot. I have no idea if it actually is. Ooh, there's a lot of... There's a lot of bad games. So there's a lot of bad, There's a lot of bad movies this year. And I keep seeing that the War of the Worlds thing is bad. Like, apparently most of the movie is like taking place in one spot. But yeah, I've heard it was really, really bad. I've heard that it's very, very bad. And it's like, there are a lot of movies that are bad this year, but I don't know if, like, I've never really liked War of the Worlds in the first place. It's never been my thing, but yeah, I never liked the Tom Cruise version. I think that I hate it. There's a scene with Dakota Fanning, and her screaming is just so annoying. The screaming is so annoying in that movie. Like, incredibly annoying sound. Granted, she was a kid, but still, it was really, really annoying. Like, certain things annoy me now more than they used to. Like, that screaming sound was really bad. Sometimes, like, too loud of music also is bad. And also, like, I don't get seizures, but, the flashing lights, I might watch wrestling, you know, sometimes, and then someone's entrance has a bunch of flashing lights, and it's just like, it's just too much. Or in movies, where I just have to, I usually just find myself turning away, just so I don't have to watch it, because it's annoying. But it's not like I've ever suffered a seizure or anything like this, so it's just an annoying reaction. I suppose it's possible that you can't see a seated person from the Russian window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try and state the important facts first next time? I agree, before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry. Honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. By the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. In that case, you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony. Now hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints were referenced were left on that bench, do you? Well, you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. That's right, I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. As judge, I mustn't underestimate him. So we're gonna press this statement.
Hold it.
If it's something that's forgettable, I don't need to hear it. But all I did was forget to mention it. That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on a Von Karma. But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it. Suppose I have no choice in the matter.
Hold it.
Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself. I went the gunshot, I heard it loud and clear, and then I heard a knee-jerk reaction, and like this, yes, just like this, with a quick ah. Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Oh, then I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there. Judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony. Francisca, if I'm correct, his testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that. And that's why I said at this point. My first line of attack will be to draw more information from his honor. Okay, so now we press the second statement.
Hold it.
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handed the charge of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I suspected. What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Alright, if you insist. Okay, so now we can push this one.
Hold it.
20 minutes before we reconvened. Very, what did you do after that? Let's see, I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. Also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs. So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot. Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise, Papa. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. Now that this has happened, I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened. Okay, so now we want to do... Bad's testimony on this, and then the balloon. Bad's testimony.
Objection.
I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Guys, I've been overruled. Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Just a new prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite you on these preposterous names? So you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
Who's that Pokemon?
With your height, you need a stepladder or four to accomplish that. Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own two ears. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Fortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Loud sound of a gunshot. Oh, it sounds like more like a balloon popping. That's a balloon popping sound to me, at least. Sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. That piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot judge heard really was. Fortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that.
Found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? might not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. Who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? It's true, one doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it? Oh, she had the balloon. Okay, so she had the balloon as well. I forgot that she had a balloon in her hand. Completely forgot that she had a balloon in her hand. That balloon that girl was holding explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well, please bring Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation of this case. We're still not even the thing yet. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, Belle. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I'd like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please, remember you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony, my whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely, understood? Gotcha, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. If I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Alright, so now we've got to do more testimony. So we're going to press... avoid pressing the third statement. Came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. And that time, not until I had the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. And mine was a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. Now he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. Okay.
Hold it.
So, was it really Detective Bad who called you down here? But it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call came in. Want you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down there. Although, couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat. So how long did it take you? About 10 minutes, I guess. What was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it? He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal.
Hold it.
The one good thing about pressing the statements first is once I've gone through all the statements, you only have to... You can go through them back and forth wherever you want. But when they're first being, thing you can't. And by he, you mean... Detective Bad, of course. This being my first time at the courthouse. He also walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies. Did you meet anyone along the way? Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When you heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's where Detective Bad told me to stay in guard in the hallway, pal. So far, Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
Hold it.
Would you also be willing to swear that there was no one else in that hall besides you? What are you talking about? Just told you that I was doing my job, pal. And what are you acting so nervous for? What? I'm not nervous at all, pal. Anyway, not a single person other than myself was in that hall the whole time. Should just let it go. Pursuing this train of thought at this time would just be a waste. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. Now he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information out of him. Okay. So now we press statement 3.
Hold it.
Claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, it's not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway. Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, Belle. What else? Very well then, and what exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply, all I know, it was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? Got it, pal. Didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell them at least tell us a more believable one. But I'm not lying. Should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. So this one here. And then oh, this actual next trophy that we're getting is story related. That's actually a story related. This is actually a story related trophy, which is interesting. Usually it's not. So this is actually story related instead, so yeah, that actually means that it would have been just a simple thing in the first place. One thing that I'm confused about is I don't know why I'm being given I'm getting recommended like a ton of DJ streams, and I don't watch DJ streams. So I don't know if, I keep seeing that there's an event. Maybe it's because there's an event happening. So we're going to present the fingerprints here. So we are heading towards the end portion. Oh, it's another bad ending there. Wait, what? This is so weird. There's like, it's showing me all the bad endings, all at the start, where it's like, oh, if you run out of logic at this point, this happens. If you run out of logic with this area, then this point happens. Then if you run out of logic when this happens in this part, then it's like, it's the same thing. So, there's 3 different bad endings. Okay. But I guess I get it. At least I know where I'm supposed to be. What is it, Belle? I'm sure. I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. It's one of those things. They're called our special Swiss rolls, right, Belle? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig. Promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, Belle. It's hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? Thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. That's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. Last statement may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, Belle. Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, Belle. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Remind me again, Belle. That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed in your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you I bought it by myself, Belle. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. Got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. Proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway? The Swiss rolls. Present them again. Because there's 2 of them. Are you sure that's me not 2 seconds ago, pal? I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of... technically I didn't. I actually showed him the other stuff. But both evidences work. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief. I'd never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You started as thieves, you're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. Got it all wrong, I ate both of them. Wait. Oh, she tried to kick us from behind. Would appear to have caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. Would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's Kay. Kay what? Kay Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm Kay. Kay? You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do. And then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, sir, mister. Gummy? I guess it's like she's talking about Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay. Appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Oh, we can now walk around with them. Alright, well, before we do that, we're going to talk to everybody else. That girl, she seems to know that scruffy detective. Maybe she knows something about him that we don't. Agreed. However, she seems to be rather uncooperative at the moment. She's like a stray cat. Wonder what would happen if we fed her. Perhaps I will try feeding her. It's the wind. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to talk to Gumshoe. Appears that I've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll. Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal. And do you have nothing else to say? Sure do, it was so fluffy and sweet and big. Oh, it was perfection, pal. Totally worth every penny of my bonus. I see. Well, good for you, detective. Can't believe it. It's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish. Yeah, it would have taken me like an hour and a half to even get to this point. Oh dear. What is the matter, Your Honor? Claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I'm the guilty one. We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Although if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then that would be quite unforgivable. Alright, let's talk to Kay and get the trophy. Now then, Kay. It's like a stray cat. Wonder if I should feed her something. Sure. Give her the Swiss roll. Take the Swiss roll, damn it. Here you go. Feed the kid. Feed the kid chocolate. That will make her, like, definitely, like, hyperactive. Oh, a Swiss roll. Really belongs to you though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Oh my. Your father? He's... Did you say another word, pal? She doesn't know yet. Oh no. Oh, we've just... Have we just told... Oh... No one's told her that her father has just died. She's finding out just now. She's just only gonna find out now that this has happened. No one bothered to tell her at all. That's... I mean, I guess they didn't want to tell her because of the investigation happening, but it's like, no one went and told her. Yeah, that's weird. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I've heard the guards talking. But how Daddy's, he's not here anymore. I'm sorry I couldn't, protect him. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... No, too late. It's alright, let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me... This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? You're right, sorry about that. Okay, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? She blew her nose in into his cravat. Oh. My cravat, don't blow your nose on that. Feel better now, thanks. Looks like the girl has finally calmed down. So I believe I can take my time and talk with her now. So disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Didn't Mr. Von Karma say the exact same thing earlier? But Francisco, I don't think you two are that far apart in terms of age. I'm about to become a prosecutor, so understand that I'm nothing like that little girl. Yeah. Okay, you're gonna be alright. Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow, I highly doubt that. I'm not going to push it. I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers. You're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises. This is such a weird turn of events all of a sudden. Like, she got immediately upset, and then all of a sudden is now already better. Very, very, not, typical of how you would expect someone to react. You're a very brave girl, okay? You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify you didn't cry just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth, after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisco is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Your father. Kay, what kind of person was your father? That he was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? Suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. You see, and what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all all the promises Daddy and I made together. A promise notebook? May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. Appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Exchange diary between Mr. Faraday and Kay. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. But continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try. Okay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too. Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Gabe? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too. Yes, and thanks to your oh so heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy's not a bad man, okay? That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. Appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? Let me actually look at the promise list first, because we have to present that for a trophy, so we're going to do that now. What? Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise number 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love your daddy. Okay, so we're going to present this to her so we can get a trophy. It's a promise notebook Daddy and I made. To be a good girl and keep all of the promises we wrote in there. Can I take a look inside for just a second? Sure, okay. Appears that there are more than just the 5 I thought there were. Promise 6. If you ever have a boyfriend, you must bring him to meet Daddy right away. Promise 7. Even when you have a boyfriend, never forget that I love you the most. I certainly don't envy the poor sap she falls in love with. Alright, there we go. You didn't even get to see promises 6 and 7 on the list. So I take it that you ran into the Gumshoe earlier. We're going to sync this up. We're already a third of the way through the trophy list, which granted that's not like a third of the way through the game because a lot of these trophies are like mixed, like silvers and golds and stuff. We're on case 4, so case 4 out of 10 is more like, what, 40%? Because there's 10 cases. And some cases are longer than others, so yeah. This case is probably going to be the longest at the moment. So far, considering we did about 5 or 6 hours of it today, and then we're almost at the 2-hour mark here, and we haven't even reached the end of the case at the moment, so... So take it that you ran Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway, staring real hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. When was this? Oh, before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while. Then we went on our own ways. That's right, Belle. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Which means... we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? Got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well, then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Swiss rolls. You the one who brought me this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well... didn't really have a lot of money. I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. That's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... If you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Need I remind you that you're the only one already under arrest? Since that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Yes, well now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus, don't worry Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you, I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me the next time we meet. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear. You were with little Kay in that hallway. Told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles, Edgeworth, there's still something you have yet to resolve. Beg your pardon? You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's... well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't you worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. For a second there, I thought it banned someone else. Mario with the... For a second there, I thought Ceribot just banned you for spamming emotes, but it's like, no, that wouldn't be that. It's like, thankfully it did not do that. Because emote spam, I disabled that ages ago, because it's not even spam at this point. I just saw it, was like, wait a second, no, that can't be right. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay?
Take that.
This is that piece of evidence. What are you showing me that for? Doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation. I get what you're trying to say with that. Or do you just like showing it off? Gonna give me that to me, mister? I don't feel that the court needs to enter that into the court record this time. Wait, what? What is wrong with everyone? Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? Although it's possible that perhaps I made a mistake and that's why. Now then, back to the topic at hand. Detective Gumshoe lied for Kay's sake. And I know the reason he... wait, I thought I presented the right option. Which piece of evidence proves that he... It would have been for the murder, right? Probably because, he wanted to cover up for the...
Take that.
What is the answer? Hang on a second. I don't remember. I remember seeing... Was it something else? Was it the Promise Notebook? Really? Oh, right. That's what it was for. Never mind. It was the Promise Notebook. I'm like... I couldn't remember. I forgot about the taking rules from strangers. That was why he was covering. I didn't realize that Detective Gumshoe had seen the Promise Notebook, so... That was why I was like, what's going on? And it's like, it's the Promise Notebook. That's what it is. Never mind, that was my fault. Not like we lose any points for it. It was the Promise Notebook. I didn't realize that he'd read the Promise Notebook. That's better. Mr. Faraday and Kay's Promise Notebook. How does this explain anything? Take a look at this page. It's clearly written that Kay should... Never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a I've gotta get ready for this one. What a foolishly foolish fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gummy! At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth? Just as they've beaten you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. Imagine how much faster all these cases would go if everyone just told the truth from the very beginning. Like, instead of just dawdling around. But hey, they gotta build up the story, right? So that's the main reason. That's why it works. It's because, oh my god, how many people? Let me check something real quick. It's so annoying. It's getting real hungry. That snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything. After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. I only had about $1 in coins. So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together. And bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Photo's one scary guy when he gets mad. Don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you brought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know. He told me I'd be okay, and he gave me a whole roll to save and give it to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we lit the other roll and ate it right then. Sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Okay, I believe this also belongs to you. It's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. That balloon? I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Well, you really got me there, pal. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. Then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? Sure, a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until the Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection.
Oh, here you come. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you backtalk with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. I want to be here. What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Yeah, good luck chasing down a kid. Miss Callista, you. That girl is Mr. Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. Suppose you're right, however, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, detective, you were in front of the door of lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... See? Isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone to lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. The investigation is far from over. Well, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? Suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Damn, Tigress. Now then, I've been looking forward to the results of your investigation. God, I feel tired. I'm not even 2 hours in, and I've still got... What? How long? 5.5 hours to go that I would read this, and that's only if... And that's if... thing as well. I'm also not even sure if I'll get this video uploaded or not. I should be able to, I hope, but... Who knows? If we don't, then that's going to change the schedule for today. But I never take the Friday off because it's like there's no... The only time I usually take a day off, if I can't do that, is on the Saturday, if we have to do it on the Sunday. This is what happens when you wake up earlier than what you actually want to do, and yeah, you're just dead to the Maybe it's also, that's also the other thing, it might be the reading. Cause it's not like another game where we can watch the cutscenes and then we have,
Who's that Pokemon?
it's not like we have, you know, cutscenes and other gameplay. This is literally just, me reading and doing voices and not really a lot else. And I do like this game because I like solving crimes and mysteries. But actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, that the country will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation's not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1. Alright, so I guess now we have the intermission again. So that wasn't even, this was all the middle section. We've still got 2 more. We've still got, like, we've only just entered the end point. So we aren't even, yeah. We spent like 5-6 hours on this last, yesterday. And we've only just reached the end portion. That's in at least 2 parts. Tell you what, I'm glad that I take these, I go to sleep earlier. That way even if I do feel tired, it's just, So imagine if I just stayed up like how I normally would, and then went to bed, and then I wake up and I'd be even more tired than this. And I wake up earlier than I normally do, so... Okay. September 10, 5:45 PM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Okay. Oh, wait, but... Back in here again. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Not bad, is this it? Isn't it the bad and Kay over there? Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Oh, too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks, I'll treasure it always. Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here, I've got something else for you. Hey, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe. Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. No, he didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. It's the miss from before and the lady, too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. It's already too late. It's already too late for her. Like, I mean, she shouldn't be there, but at the same time, it's like her father died, and also, like, it doesn't sound like she has anybody else that's... It doesn't sound like she has anybody else that's around, so, yeah, about that. Yeah, about that. Surely there's gotta be some other... I think at this point we just have to, go with it, roll with it. And you've already told her that he's died, so I don't think she'd have anywhere else to go, so maybe it's better that she's in the courthouse, maybe, I don't know. But then again, do you want a kid running around? Again, this is a video game. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free. Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? So no problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yes, what is it? I think Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. I actually just realized this now. Why did they act like they didn't know each other? Like, they met 7 years ago. I guess you could say the reason would be, like, 7 years has passed, but they wouldn't have remembered each other. Like, she wouldn't have remembered all the stuff that happened with her father during the case. She wouldn't have, like, I feel like that's a major turning point in somebody's life if their father was murdered, and then the people around them would have, I mean, unless, the only reason I can explain would be, if she blocked it out of her memory so that she didn't need to, be reminded about what happened. That's the only other thing I could think of. Because I feel like if you played a massive role in someone's life in that way, that you would probably... Please, find the real bad guy, okay? I want to forgive whoever did this. In the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wanted it off while I was pondering. We're probably gonna talk to Bad. We do need to, intentionally lose him, and also Edgeworth is working. again. This area does look a little bit different to how it was when we first came here, though. This decorative plant's leaves are shinier than the ones on the plant in lobby number 2. That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right, plus the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they? It's because they're the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on a wall of this room. I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it. Why do you say that? Well, a desperate low-paid detective might make off with it someday, you never know. She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in the guard's salary whatsoever. Yeah, the fact that he had his first day on the job, he only got a $5 annual bonus, and had no money before that, it's like, yeah, Gumshoe is the poor. I don't want to leave. I said I don't want to leave. Because I've already done everything here. I'm assuming we can't do anything in here anyway. Oh no, never mind, we can. Wait. Oh, yeah, I want to investigate in the other room first. We've already done everything out here. Can I go to the right? Where does this take me again? Oh, right. Stop taking me out! Just trying to... You know what? There. What an incredibly strong-scented herbal tea. Feel that more than being relaxing, this scent may make one a bit heady instead. Heady? You put in a special request for that. No wonder she's so violent if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic, ever. May not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this are very useful. I think it's time they bought a new one. Wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip. A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. Television's the same model as the one in Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies. Two rooms are basically the same, huh? I was wondering why this room felt similar, and it's because we already investigated the first room. You can see down in the courthouse courtyard from here, but we have to go back and investigate that other room anyway again, I think. What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be post-modern in design. More like faultlessness in design. Can't disagree there. Do I want to intentionally fail? Oh, I've also got to examine all the evidence as well. I haven't done that yet. What is that smell that's permeated the air? It's sweet and flowery, although at this strength, I'm likely to suffocate from it. Can't conduct an investigation under these circumstances. We need to open a window and air this room out. I demand that you open a window right now. Hurry. Francisco, one of the windows is already open. I can see that. Wonder, is it just a coincidence that one of the windows in this room is already open too? I already investigated both windows. I'm fairly certain that I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, we're going to examine evidence here as well. Examine evidence, and I've got to remember when the 3 fails can happen. The 3 fails can happen. 1 happens when we run out of logic in here. Another one runs out is if we run out of logic in the courtroom, and the other one is if we run out of logic during the. Because we've got a lot of stuff we've got to talk to with. So I'm guessing that means here we can. It's so weird. So what order is there? Let me actually see. So okay, there's a testimony with bad. That's one way to fail. Then there's a maybe there's a testimony with. Let me check. Is there a testimony with? There's a testimony with you. I have no idea. Maybe it's later. Maybe it's later on. Because we haven't gone back into the courtroom yet. So I guess we can try and do a fail one now. And see what happens. We do have to investigate, I haven't got an option to be able to do that yet, though. Let's see. Can I investigate anything different? I've already done this. I guess we just talk to, you then? Don't have any logic, so I can't intentionally fail. Too bad. What exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. And I suppose it has something to do with Kay. It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. Don't have time to waste. Sounds like you'd rather be left alone. Something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. Didn't think twice and opened the window. That smell's still here. Yeah, that can happen. I know there are a few people that are sensitive to, what do you call it? Sensitive to, like, perfumes and things. It can happen. It can happen.
Who's that?
I remember it was... I remember... during high school, it was really bad. Because it would get to a point where, I'm not even joking you, some people would spray... They may as well have sprayed an entire, like, can of spray on them, and it's like, it was, why would you ever do that? Like, I feel like if you, like, I feel like that if you lit a light near them, they would catch fire. They had that much, deodorant on, spray on deodorant, that they'd probably catch fire if they were, if that happened. So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, that's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born from a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold onto this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? Perfume given to Bad by you, same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears, just fantastic. Is that all you want to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Can I investigate this bottle? No. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. Oh, I can intentionally, like, no, I can't, because I'm not going to lose any health. During the recess. So you were in this room the entire recess. Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story is consistent. Earlier you said that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. And what you were saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Mr. Yu were in 2 different locations. Yes, I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident. As I recall, Detective Bab is the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece. Because you were the lead detective on the case. You? I also know that today's trial involving the Dopian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me. And told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday. And the KG8 incident. If you already know that much, guess it'll be alright to tell you. KG8 incident, sure. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. And so begins the music. Oh, I was wondering what was in his mouth. It was a lollipop. I guess that's supposed to be a reference to Columbo. Columbo? No, not Columbo. What's the other guy's name? He'd eat the Chupa Chups. Not Matlock. What show was it? Let me look at what I can't remember what show it was. It was what was the name? I know who was in it. What was the Kojak? Was Kojak the guy that had the lollipops? I think it was him. Yeah, it was Detective Kojak. That was what he always had a lollipop. He always had a lollipop with him. Yeah, that was who it was. Kojak. I couldn't remember exactly. I knew it was a detective. There was one detective in media that I remember having. He would always eat lollipops on thing. Yeah, that's who it was. Telly Savalas is Kojak from the thing. Although I think his lollipops were they the same? I'm not sure. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved in the KG8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group secretaries? Why do I keep getting breaking news stories? Is there that much breaking news that's happening, really? Like, okay, it's another damn politician resigning in Australia, because of course it is. Granted, like, the guy was gonna have to resign in the first place, but like, every day I get stuff of breaking news here, breaking news there. Just like more politicians getting into trouble for questionable things. Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. And what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name is Colin DeVarray. Wait, oh right, we already know about the connection between DeVarray and the smuggling ring. We already knew about this, so this is something this is just them confirming stuff. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. DeVarray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano group? You can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. The man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he already been acquitted once of her murder. Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. She did mention that as well, about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I was supposed to protect them. Fell into that trap. What kind of a trap? The holes in his jacket are a testament to that trap. Oh, I just I was like, you mean you were fired upon? You were shot at many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. Couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom. The victim's sister. That's when I first met Callista, you. Relation to you. But when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. Then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. Suppose not. You said it herself. That you never wanted to see either of us ever again. After that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close. We continued to hunt down the smuggling ring, and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. You cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. I couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I is the lead detective. Took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Oh. Her client was related to the smuggling ring and she was defending them. Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended well this time, for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. My own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Put words in my mouth, I said no such thing. way I had to get close to Mr. Rowe was to be his lawyer. No intention of covering for him. Ever. Don't you dare suggest I was going to. Doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you, that's how naive you were. How dare you insult the daughter of Unkarma? Just like us, you felt she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. Law was merely a tool, there was no limit to it. Only the skill of the craftsman. You two, still too young. One day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. Relation to Faraday. Again, we still can't get any bad endings because we don't have any. If we present stuff to him now, it's gonna be just like he'll just give us his opinion on evidence, I think. Because that's one thing that I also allow you to do is like you can. We press every statement because it gives you extra clues. I don't present everything to characters because I remember doing that for some other stuff, and it was giving me like the same response, or some things were just giving like. Yeah, so I never did that in the original games. I know I pressed every statement because that's at least extra information, and it doesn't cost anything. That's the other reason as well. I didn't present. Sorry, I pressed statements because those don't cost. Pressing statements doesn't cost you anything in the court, but presenting evidence to people can sometimes give you things. So yeah, that's why we decided against it. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay very well. Met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. Okay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. You seem to have made no progress at all in the other Jurassic case.
Who's that Pokemon?
Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rao was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. Since there's more to that statement than meets the eye. It's a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. Oh. Okay, never mind. Claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for, right now, is proof of murder's intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. KG8 incident and the second KG8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ. And that is the presence or absence of the Great Thief Yata-Garasu. Mr. Rell claimed to be the Yata-Garasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared that Mr. Faraday to be the real Yata-Garasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles, Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yata-Garasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? So in order to catch Mr. Faraday's killer and Mr. Rell's cold-blooded, So in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rell's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yata-Garasu. If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yata-Garasu. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. Still accidentally whipped me in anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yata-Garasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yata-Garasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yata-Garasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yata-Garasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So those are the Yata-Garasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. Yata-Garasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as quote murder. So I knew that Ro wasn't the real Yata-Garasu. But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy. The Yata-Garasu. Yata-Garasu sent the evidence? Till now, the Yata-Garasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. Not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others, knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yata-Garasu who sent it? That's easy. The special card that only Yata-Garasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. Just what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yata-Garasu wants to publicize something, the white card is sent along with the stolen information. When we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. It's a bad news Mr. Rel was a phony. you very much. Much better understanding of the Yada Garasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Then I would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Find the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I'm a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. Play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found. Plan District Court, room number 3. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess that his honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness. They said that I got evidence transferred to me, by the way, too, didn't they? So... Still haven't got it, though. I have a greater appreciation just how hard it is to give testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisco, there's no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence. You. Yes, I can help you. Or can I help you? Let's collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry. And I will accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She's busy with the investigation? So let's keep this brief, shall we? Okay. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rattle are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case. Soldier on it. Pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. Maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. Placed all of the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I wonder if we can interact with the defensive bench. I see. Thank you very much. Go and confirm that they're all accounted for. I wonder if I can interact with the defense attorney's bench here, because, technically there's stuff over there as well, but we might not be able to do it because it's, the other side. I guess I can quickly check. Let us see. Oh, okay, now I see. So, we had to do the initial talk with Bad. That happened like what we just did. Then we... Get the transfer... then we just examine all the evidence. So we can present... bad things here, and I think this counts as for one ending, because there's an ending for if we talk to the bad, that's one. Then there's another ending for if we do something with the judge, that's two, and then there's an ending where if we do something with Gumshoe or K, that's three. So I think for now we just investigate all the evidence, and then when we get a chance to present something, we intentionally fail that.
Who's that Pokemon?
From the looks of it. We can also probably talk to the judge too. Stop twerking, Edgeworth. Evidence transfer. Looks like your debut trial fizzled out thanks to it being declared a mistrial. Too bad. Now you can take your time biting the evidence they transfer to you. Goodbye. It's too early to show off the pieces that were given to me. Two of the pieces we used to kill Mr. Faraday, Mr. Brown. Actually, having all of them makes it easier for me to examine them more thoroughly. Tell me, you forgot about that fact, didn't you, Francisco? I don't have time to answer the characteristically foolish question of a foolish fool. Now hurry up and check the evidence already. Trust me, I will in due time. Okay, can I please get to the... There we go. It appears that the judge is still a bit dispirited. So I'm wondering if I can interact with the defense's side. Stop that, you're being so depressing. You should listen to her, Your Honor, before things go from bad to worse. Although it can't really get much worse for him, other than to be whipped by her. Okay, let's try and... Evidence of mischief prepared is just sitting here on this table. You know, you can't just walk off with it, right? Of course I do. I'm assuming we can't even look at it. I'm assuming that we wouldn't be allowed to do that either. I think that would be straight up like illegal to look at a that would be straight up illegal to look at the defense's evidence without permission. That would be really bad. Like, that would be really bad. She would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he was still alive. So this is the evidence related to today's Turnabout Embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed, I'm gonna take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder too. Why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial is about. Point to crop at me just because you don't know something? Don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today? See, someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Kartner. It's also real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, and envelope. What's this organizer doing here? That's what I forgot to tell her. About what, Your Honor? We found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Dr. Plat requested it to be passed along to you. He said it would help me with the investigation. Dr. Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. You might as well flip through it. Okay, so basically we're now going to get to investigate the rest of these scenes. So I think the first thing is... we'll have to see if there's a presentation. I haven't seen anything that can allow me to do that yet. Maybe if we intentionally, like, get some logic, we can just force the thing to happen. That might be one way. It was originally used to kill the Cardopian embassy staff member. The crime was reported. Spotting police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then, this guy took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. Doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. Okay. So now that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? It's never crossed your mind that you used your riding crop for the wrong purpose? Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it. Looks like he wrote a strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down there. I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in this case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity. On the surveillance video, I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. It also appeared that he had proved that Rell was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear up everything. He apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday is well prepared. Discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have had about the real Yatagarasu. He had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. This organizer was a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Faraday wrote a strategy for winning in here. Okay. That's also kind of weird that, that you would write this in a notebook. I mean, I guess it was your private notebook, so that's probably why, but still. Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here. Appears to be a key. rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. Craftsmanship is superb. This bit of Yadagrasu key. Mr. Faraday mentioned it in his organizer. Yadagrasu's key. What's different about this time is that it's related to the smuggler. The setup is none other than the one we infiltrate the Turnabout embassy. Runs the same dialogue again. The Yadagrasu. Would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. Not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others, knew about. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep his secret key safe. Prosecutor on both the Yadagrasu and smuggling ring cases. That's to be expected. The key, the Yadagrasu set has a rather unusual shape. Is it? So Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. It certainly is odd. What was used to kill the Turnabout embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious it was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell? It's only a logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. The person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? Just think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there was one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have to answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francisco. Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been a secret for all this time. Is this a way that I can get something? I just want to save in case it is something that I can get an ending for. Let's see if that's the case. Yep, okay. So this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. No, I can't fail this intentionally? Let me see. Can I fail this intentionally? Or is this just gonna be a... Let me know. Is this gonna be a... Okay. Doesn't make me lose anything. Thank you for the tab, folks. Hope you're doing well today. All good. It's all good. Hope you're doing well today, though. Have a good stream. Enjoy your stream. Okay, so this one we can't fail. We have to actually... Okay, got the key. Or did we? Did we get the key? No, we're examining the knife, and then we gotta present the key itself. I believe I need to take a look. Yeah, I'm fast forwarding this because I've already seen it before. Oh, we can examine the knife now. Good. Good. We can examine. We can examine the knife. I need to talk more clearly. We can examine the knife by presenting the, and we need to present the key, and then we do a few other things, and then we get a point where we can talk to him. So I'm assuming that like later on we can think so. All right, Yadigar's key. We can actually look at this. Oh, never mind. All right, we're gonna present this. I guess we have to do things in a specific order. Just present this, and then we get to look at it.
Take that.
Yadigar's key, Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer. Said the knife was brought to the courthouse. Not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. Just look a little bit closer, Francisco, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornation of the key handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yadagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yadagarasu's key, the only objective we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... Appears that you finally caught up. Yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. That's impossible. If that is when you believe, if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let's examine this knife in a little more detail. Okay, now we can do it. Now we can look at the knife. We weren't able to do that before. I'm assuming that it's got something to do with the... It's gonna be like a dual-sided knife, I guess. Like, well, no, not a dual-sided knife. Like, there's a knife on one side and then the key on the other. That's what it seems like it's leading to. Sure. This weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday, the handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself. Since to be drawn to the embellishments, too bad this isn't mine to give. I'm assuming again something to do with the... I don't think there's anything else that we can do with this. It's just gonna be the... It's just they can only do it on the one side. I thought it would be the gold embellishment. Ah, not here. This is why I hate this controller, because you can't do what you want to do. Yep. Should just use the other control. This is all in my right analog stick. Which is why I don't use this controller for other games, because it always wants to scroll upwards. Oh my god, just let me, like, get to... Come on. Come on, like... I know I can just swap controls, but still, it's like I need this to... It doesn't usually screw up all the time. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Wait, I'm getting notified now? What is this? Weird. Well, there must be a delay. Can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing. The weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the other garage store. Piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Photo of the key... Okay. Frankly, I'm shocked. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. If somebody knew more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. The only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. Great Faith Yadagarasu. Maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yadagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? Absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yadagarasu. Maybe Christian Rel about what was sent along with the white card. Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yadagarasu. Seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. That's just been updated with the knife. Can I look at the... we've already looked at the knife, haven't we? We didn't look at it anymore, I don't think. No, I don't think we need to look at it at the moment.
Who's that Pokemon?
Quick look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. Suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. Obviously, this is that dead man guy. Staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mackerel was brought in that night as a subject and thoroughly questioned. Because the metal weapon was found on him, she was arrested on the spot. Simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was for the weapon. Perhaps he was for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. So Rob was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. Can't believe you didn't notice the security camera. The European Embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. May have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. You've seen the contents of the video for yourself. Yes, the surveillance video, the security camera tool. Clear identified Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So footage included sound, huh? Now, the one thing is, like, we haven't seen the footage, we're just seeing still shots. So, I don't think I ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. I mean, we kind of need to do that for the case. Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. The piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played. Okay, that was what I was gonna say. Like, where is the surveillance video? Like, if they've got a surveillance video somewhere, where is it? It should be somewhere. Why is there no surveillance video? Wait, that should be there. I don't understand why it's not. Surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Where could it have gone, indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not neglect my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene. Something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. Let's pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. Off we go. Off we go. Oh, the bodies are now... Oh, we haven't actually investigated this yet. Hang on a second, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? What is he doing here? This is the... It's the guy from... Current Day. Pretty sure it's him. I already got all that. Okay, so that means I need to present evidence here. That's incorrect, maybe. And that should also work. I just realized this now. That's the guy from, you know, the Chinese, whatever you want to call it. I think he said he was Chinese. Lieutenant, 6 p.m. God, this has been going on for a while, this court case. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Yep, that's definitely the guy. That's detective bad, but who was he with? I've never seen that officer before. I gotta get ready to put his voice on, because, yeah. So did you find it? No, not yet, but I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue to search. It's even got the same voice, the same music as well. The same music. You're the one running the show. So I'm also wondering, like, I guess all these characters just suffer from amnesia? Because it's been 7 years. I mean, I know that it could also be a huge ask by telling someone, hey, like, you met me 7 years ago, because if you've not seen them ever since then, you might forget, but I guess in this case it makes sense, but still. Prosecutors like, you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? What's that all about? Who's that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. I don't think they've met yet, have they? Francisca and Bad, because it was... Francisca was there for case 2. Francisca was there for case 2. She wasn't there for case 3. So they've not met yet, so they might meet later. So even nobody's standing right there behind him. Nobody's standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. So the mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times.
Who's that
Somebody take
Pokemon?
that. Who was that rude man just now? Guy came here from the Republic of Zingfar to study. Oh, he's studying? So I guess 7 years ago. So he's still from Shangfar, so he's just studying at the moment. Okay, makes sense. Destroying everything you can to revive the lost honor of his family. Visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy is more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. But he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Wait, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bat? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the other two of you. I doubt that it has nothing to do with me. It always looks like he's gonna pull out his gun. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity. So everybody's been hiding what's happening in this room straight from him. Is this the point in time where we have to do the... I'm assuming that it is. Probably. Detective Bat is searching for something. Dude, I'm curious as to what it could be myself. Maybe I should just ask him. I don't know if I... Did we explore this area already? I think we did, because the tea is in here. But then this is here as well. There's also some stuff on the ground. I don't remember if I investigated here or not with Francesca before. Because I know I've got to present him... evidence here. And then then we can intentionally, like, fail on certain things. From the looks of it. I have to talk to him. T is here. I guess we can interact with it. Is this table here all along? Suppose so. Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table is much too tall. I get the impression that two are not meant to be used as a set, Francesca. I knew that. Seems she's lost her calm sense of judgment and her eagerness to defeat me. Oh, I can't even interact with that. So maybe this is still fine. We'll talk to him, of course. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Actually, we already got this one, didn't we? I wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration. But that detective, I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted. So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance? That detective, I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan. When we learn to take responsibility for your statements. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I guess we have to just talk to Bad. Let's try that. Keep the shop tight. Yeah, I don't remember these curtains being closed. The color of those curtains is rather gloomy. For a place where people's lives are in balance. They could have chosen to hang something a little more cheery, you know? No, however, I think the designer had more things to think about than the lobbies. If I was one calmer, I would have thought any location related to the extra attention to detail. A bit obsessive, aren't we? Suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows thanks to these bars. Suppose you're right. Actually, it's not true. I bet a person of small stature could slip in. Francisco, you gotta help me test my theory. You're gonna get whipped, aren't you? He's gonna get whipped. That's right, I must remember to be more tactful around the vertically challenged. One tiny TV. Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this. Said it's huge compared to his own. Anything you compare with something he owns will always be grandiose. Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that your ego of yours could use a little deflating. Yeah, I think we can talk to... I don't know how I'm supposed to get these bonus endings, that's the problem. Because, like, so far we've not been presented... We've so far not been presented with... any, We've not been presented with any, what do you call it? We've been presented with no, thing. We've been presented with no, health bar thing yet, so... You're in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. Quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple times of a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. See, in that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? Everything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another. Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? Go Faraday's notebook. Told the judge earlier. That's helping out, don't you think? Please, we're asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. Do I have to... wait? I suppose he'll give more testimony after we present him with stuff. I'd like to ask you once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. Any more investigating you do, be a waste of time. Okay, so maybe we have to present him with something first. So I'm supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about. Okay, we have to present him with something first, and then... things you don't know about, but aren't you supposed to know everything? He should... Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. Should try showing it to him. Okay, it may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bat. Okay, so then now we present him with the stuff, I guess, and then we re-ask him. Maybe. That might be what it is. So let's show him the key or the knife. It doesn't matter which one, just any of them. I guess because if you show him one, it can get the other one. So I mean, I guess we'll show him the Yadagarasu's key because I don't think he's seen this evidence yet. Do you know the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. I want to know everything related to the Yadagarasu case. Because let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday, and this Yadagarasu key, it's impossible. Looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yadagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. I mean, it's both, I guess. We still don't know what the key unlocks, I don't think, either. Because a key should have to unlock something. We haven't found any object that should unlock anything, either. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yadagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rowell was not the real Yadagarasu. Isn't that correct? Guess so. Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife. Movie critic, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you were able to get some rest. You have to admit that neither one of us knew that fact. Neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? Notice that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. Surely this key is what you were searching for. We are still in this one case. We're still, for the most part, we've only just figured out a couple of, like, extra stuff and more backstory. But I hope all is well. I keep seeing reviews now for that War of the Worlds movie, and I think I saw on Rotten Tomatoes it has a 0. You're not fully rested, want to stop by before getting back to bed. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that the War of the Worlds movie is getting a 0, so that might be... I've also seen people say that that's the worst movie of the year. So, I don't know, like, I didn't like the... I'm not a big fan of War of the Worlds in the first place, but... Ice Cube, really? That's what we're going with? Ice Cube. What were you searching for? Because I promised Faraday. Promised I'd protect that key with my life. After he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought this key is what took Faraday's life? But I'm happy that you're able to stop by at least for a little bit. And a lot of newsworthy stuff today, as you said. You know, June 3 news, Batman Part 2 has a release year, well, it's released year and release season, I guess. What else? The Punisher stuff. Seems like the Punisher has finished filming the special. So we may find the truth. Please testify for me once more. Alright. Doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Okay. Bad. Ask that you please testify once more. What happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. Which was still the same. This is the last time I'm going to do it. So I'm looking forward to it. I think the reason why there was a longer delay between Batman is because of I'm assuming it's because, Robert Pattinson's probably putting a lot of his effort into June Part 3, so maybe he wants his parts to... to stand out, and, and then focus on playing as another character, because I can imagine swapping from 2 different characters, hero and villain, would be hard, in some ways. It's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up, and find the truth behind this case. Okay, Dr. Bad's movements. We'll wait and see what happens. So lobby number 1, talking with you. You tortured yourself even more by watching the Gen V Season 2 trailer. I mean, it's coming next month. At least in that time coming, there might be some new things to watch. We're talking about some trivial things. Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. So we'll come to goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. So, I think I can intentionally fail this as well. Yes, okay. Press the 3rd statement, and then we intentionally just... Like, that's not far away now. It's next month, I think, so... At least you've got that to look forward to. Alright, that's right, that also starts weekly. And then also, every week, until the end of this month is, there's, what, 2 episodes yesterday, then 2 episodes on the 14th, 2 episodes on the 21st, 3 episodes on the 28th, so... Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal, has 2 weekly episodes, releasing each week as well, so that's also, something that's out. When is this? It's... Whereas, like, Gen V is gonna be... First 3 episodes are September 17th, and then it's weekly from that point. Until the show finishes. So that's essentially like a month thing. Michael Bay's doing other Transformers. Is that going to be before or after? Skibbity Toilet. Because he might decide to put more effort into that than he will Transformers. Like, it would not surprise me. Still don't really get it. Maybe it's a crossover. What, Skibbity Optimus Prime? Are they gonna have a toilet transformer? Or like a sewage truck? Is a sewage truck gonna be is there gonna be a sewage truck transformer instead? Who knows? I mean, I hope the Transformers movie is gonna be good, but I don't think Skibbity Toilet's gonna be good. It'll make money. That's the problem. It won't be good, but it will make money. Gee, however, I feel that you have to draw out all the information that we can.
Hold it.
Why didn't you choose lobby number 1? Answer me. Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. I mean, I have no idea. There's too many... I'm not a big Transformers person, but like I still want them to be good. I don't think anything's... From what I've understood with people that are fans of Transformers, I don't think anything comes close to Transformers 1, and I don't even know if he directed that. Like, I don't think that was him. Maybe they could do a Transformers 1 live action? Because I know that it was a cartoon. So maybe they could do Transformers 1 live action. That would be... That might work. At least it was a successful product. Welcome to lobby number 1 together, that's all. So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
Hold it.
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly we're discussing with Miss Hume. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important. That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. But then again, I also know people who like the Transformers movies and love Bumblebee as well, so I don't know if they were comparing Bumblebee to some of the other stuff, but... Even when Bumblebee first came out, I remember people really raving about Bumblebee. And saying it was like a return to thing, but I don't know if they were just comparing it to... They might have been comparing it to the previous movie, which was the one that I think a lot of people didn't like, the Anthony Hopkins one. So I want to skip this one intentionally, because it's the one that requires us to do the thing.
Hold it.
Why'd the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away? Well, we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. We knew it came from somewhere nearby. How did you know that it was a gunshot? In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know. I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like. Given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out to the hallway right away and headed for where he was.
Hold it.
How come she was there in the hallway? Yeah. Why didn't you attest to that earlier? So, I don't know. Again, the Transformers films don't appeal to me the same way that they do to you, so it's, you know, I just want the movie to be good for the people that enjoy them. Which is always, like, how it is. I mean, it's all gunshot. It was after I had heard the gunshot. Because he's gonna have to... I feel like he's gonna have to stop at some point. Going back to bed and get more rest so I can stay healthy tomorrow. Yeah. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by for the quick chats. I'm probably gonna take a break myself, so... Give me like a couple of minutes and I'll be back in things. So have a good sleep and I will see you in the next time, stream, whatever ends up happening. I don't actually know. But I'm gonna go on a break myself, so... Alright, we're back. Let me, Alright. I don't actually remember. Right, I think I was pressing statements for this game. Because I could have pressed the third statement, but I think and then I want to intentionally present the wrong evidence. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still couldn't have done the deed. Sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before, however. Something in particular we should be asking the detective about. Just might be. No one knew that the knife was actually the Yadagarasu key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now that Detective Bad doesn't yet. Should be the angle of attack. Like now we press the third statement. Press the third statement and then we get another statement. We press that and then we...
Hold it!
To hear the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? Didn't hear any other strange sounds to that gunshot. The gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder. That would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I'll see you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. Okay, so now
Hold it!
press this. Too bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else. Yeah. It's possible that you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something. You've been a detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it. I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely. So the gunshot. Okay, so I think this one's the one I'm supposed to do the thing for. Should be this one. Yep. So we want to intentionally get this wrong. So this is where we're going to save, and then we're going to... we're going to intentionally get this wrong. Which should get us one ending. Good. Yeah, okay. So save the game. Save the game, intentionally fail this, and then look the right evidence.
Objection!
So the contradiction in your statement with this. How will you do that? Because I can't see how you can. Would you care to explain how you plan to do so in a way that I can comprehend? Yes, well... He's gonna say that you can't. What you're doing right now is thinking up a way to explain it. Then that means it was simply a guess all along, wasn't it, Miles? She saw right through me. Can't keep this up. I will wind up losing the truth if I continue this tactic. Well, that's the plan. We want to intentionally lose.
Objection!
It's bad that statement is in clear contradiction with this. Well, I don't see a contradiction anywhere. And if you disrupt the investigation anymore, you get the picture. Yes, it would appear that I was wrong. Must think things through again, but this time calmly and rationally.
Objection!
Okay, so just gonna mesh the same through. It's the same one. Mesh through it.
Objection! 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 Objection!
This piece of evidence stands in contradiction to what you just said, Detective Bad. Oh, it doesn't? That's so. Can't find a contradiction either, Miles. Alright, curses, then I must be mistaken. Yep. Go wash the sleep out of your tired eyes. Try again. Look carefully at all the evidence again and find a contradiction now. Alright, well, we're going to do that after we fail intentionally.
Objection!
Here we go. The investigator has dried up long enough. Wait. Go on, get out of here. Got work to do. No, I can't be tossed off the case now. Yep, that's the first one. Alright, now we present the right stuff. Still more investigation to go? Actually, that's the after this part. Yeah, it's after this part. Because we have now logic puzzles that we can do. So this one, present the... This.
Objection!
So we can prove that there was a balloon that was popped. Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? Same color as the one Kay was holding. So you knew about that girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. As you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? The room was found in the hallway, right in front of the lobby number 2. Furthermore, it's the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Well, the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he had heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway. When you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. If you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. Don't give me a so. We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivety cracking. Since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? Because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? Doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. Top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Then you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. Knew that was what he was going to say. Then that means Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. The room's a soundproof, and of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. That's also why it's only natural. I didn't hear the balloon popping. How do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around. Other way around? Possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. To examine the situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. Yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. That's the case. How exactly did you hear the gun? How exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. How so? The rooms are as soundproof as you say they are. How did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. Guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means, what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this: there must be a reason as to how Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. Looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again. State of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's an ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Dissipating the smell, a window in lobby number 1 was opened to allow the perfume Miss You spilled to dissipate. And way too noisy. Very loud television. Lobby's number 2's television. It looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. Surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Where did the surveillance tape from Mr. Faraday's bag disappear off to? Okay, logic time. I think this is the same logic, so we will just... Because it mentioned about the judge, so this is separate. So this is now lobby 2 with the smell, which obviously, and then the television with the windows, and then the other 2. It's We don't need to fail intentionally here because we have something not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. The fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. The criminal couldn't have made it through, but what about incorporeal things? And then obviously very loud television and open windows together. Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? Answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. Since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Windows were open, so the gunshot could be heard, but where did it originate from? And then... is it these two that go together? I'm assuming that it is. Or is there something else I'm missing? No, there's not. Okay, I thought for a second that might have been a missing thing I didn't grab yet. Missing piece of evidence is a video. Shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Rika, the evidence of the missing evidence tape, evidence created for me. It's the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? What do they actually do? I just realized this now. What do the characters actually do when we're in our logic state? Do they just stand around and just like waiting for us to do something? I know other games reference that as well, and other like in Persona. In Persona, they were referencing that as well, where it's like we were just standing in place. When you go to the Velvet Room and like you're with another character, like they actually are just like, you know, they think that you're just standing in place or something. Because they can't enter it normally or whatever. Well, then they actually technically can, because they did, partially, kind of, sort of, in the other game. Wasting time thinking, let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look. Where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. TV? Oh, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Okay. Well, we'll have a look at everything else, though. The window is wide open. The scent of flowers is being blown in from the outside. I think it softens the heavy air in here somewhat. Windows in both lobby 1 and number 2 were open. Maybe they were trying to air out the room, just like in lobby number 1. Or maybe they sought to ease some of the tension through some fresh air. Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell in the same room. I imagine the latter to be the case. Was there really a need to open the window just for that? Examine the TV or examine the thing first? It's a video player. There seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like a tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I had verified the contents of this video? Sure, knock yourself out. Alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rell killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood? Should be about right. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rell's shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. Missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video was here all along. Video of the embassy staff member's murder. The gunshot is especially memorable. Sound. What's the meaning of this? Guess Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Do you mean that you figured it all out then? Yes, all I have to do now... Show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was... And through where they heard it from. Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced. This is a long case. Now to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard, and through where they heard it from. I won't rest until I've inspected every... Okay, so this is where we now have to do deductions, I think, on everything. Done that. So we're going to deduce the open window for this, and then, yeah, when the crime took place. Okay. So I'm not sure if this is the last part. It is. Okay. It is the last part. So this is the... We're going to at least get this case done today, but we're not going to get much of the next one done. And there's no other trophies outside of just completing it. Okay. Just wanted to juice. Windows of the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed. The killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was... Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1, 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it. Ah, but then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. Correct, that's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well, I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? When the crime took place, because sound would have made it seem like it was happening and everything. Because we already know where the crime scene is, and we know that the bodies weren't moved. We already know what the murder weapons are. So when the crime took place, had to be. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death of their precise wishes. He used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. I mean, the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Okay. There we go. Whew. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Miss Yu was asking for you. She's in the courtroom. Okay, so this is, I think, the point in time where we can fail intentionally with... Because remember, there was 3 bad endings. One for Bad, one for the judge, which might be in the courtroom here. And then the other one was something to do with Gumshoe and something to do with Gumshoe and Kay, which we have not reached as of yet. Just that she's on the moon and that she must have clarified something. Looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood? Please tell her that I will be right over. Oh, come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. 10:10, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Okay, what are you doing here? Mister, I'm still investigating. The object you're looking for is already... Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, you got it. Too bad. Haven't we already found what you were looking for? It means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer. Any little task will do. You're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. Isn't that when we placed the Gumshoe under arrest? We've more than solved this case already, don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. See, we even have a viewer in the gallery. Why, even Mr. Bad is here. Viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end. No matter how it turns out. Is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. Taking savers on every single person's movements. During the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I can confirm that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. That's all you have? Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. Sure, there's always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court, in this case, don't you think? Oh, absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. Alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. Logic is correct and I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is. Alright. Excuse argument. Everyone says the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? Why am I don't feel tired. I'm just yawning a lot. convinced that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2. She leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Gumshoe is the killer. Alright, this one we actually have to press every statement to progress. And then we present something later. You have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. Of course. There is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. She should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. So I'm wondering if at this point it's a thing or not, because it might be. I'm wondering if I fail this, it does a different thing. But the judge isn't in here, so that's also what makes me think that it's not. And neither is Kay and Gumshoe, so... We do have to press everything, though. Suspect. But I thought that Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. You joking, Edgeworth? Sure, this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier. The detective was in the hallway with the Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. See, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? The problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. See, she's done her research well. Which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding. Which is what you said before.
Hold it.
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is not for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhausted, the crime scene, lobby number 2. There's no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. Because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. Isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window into the garden? It's the first place everyone looked, silly. Just not a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. What a little scrap of evidence. Suggests someone used one of the windows. Come on, 3 hours to go. 3 more hours. Maybe. Well, there's a chance that this video won't get uploaded, so we'll just wait and see. Hopefully that's not the case, but yeah, we'll wait and see. Or if it does, there's a chance that it won't get finished uploading soon enough. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. Suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case.
Hold it.
Absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape. Of course I'm sure. Why are you so certain? It's a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. I mean, that's not also the case. That's not also the case either. There's actually a very famous... I mean, Ted Bundy escaped a courthouse. Which you could say, yeah, he escaped it via unconventional means, but it's like he still escaped the courthouse. He literally jumped out the courthouse window and landed on a car and then got out that way. Like, it was... there's unconventional ways of doing of escaping places that people are just thinking, oh, this won't happen, but it's like you've got to. What might not happen is also the chance that if there's any slight possibility of it happening, it will happen. Common sense. Miles, Edgeworth has to use a bit more of it in the future.
Hold it.
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? You're the only one still wondering that. Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. If you use someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with. I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. Suppose we've really reached the end now. Already have my trump card ready, all that remains is to play it. Before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about our argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the suspect. There were a few other witnesses, but for you there was your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess. and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. The daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? You looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? Doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. The time we heard the gunshot. The time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot. Shall we? First, if you go by your logic, then Detective Pikachu go. Gumshoe is the only one.
Who's that Pokemon?
Well, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? A gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place. So your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. Gunshot we heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated? We have the surveillance video. That would be what it was for. Should be the surveillance. Yeah, should be the surveillance, and then the window, and then...
Take that!
Tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. It's the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. It was connected to the large television that had its volume turned up all the way up. What does it mean that the sound we heard was a gunshot in the video? Ah, but I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. It's the only thing I can think of too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come in. Since we know now that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Since from the television doesn't amount to much here. Of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma. We knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We knew about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit that we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet, we heard the gunshot clear as day. Okay, well, we know why that is. And that's it, end of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a sound from the thing? It was because the window was open. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms had air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open. Which is coincidence that they're both open at the time. It's no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer to that is a certain person did something to cause the window to be open. The person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. Real killer in this double murder is... Okay, well, obviously the reason that the window had to be opened was because the perfume was spilled. And if the perfume was spilled, the perfume only belongs to one person. And that one person is the same person that's also... It has to be you, because you were the one who spilled it.
Take that!
So, next, I formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? Don't understand her motive just yet. Of course I'm serious. She is the only one who could have done it. Oh, monsieur, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. Argument must not be tight enough yet. Oh, I never thought things would spiral into this. Well, you know, I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. Guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Yep, I guess that's what we're gonna do. She needs to, rebuke the statements. Trying to press her for information. Oh, I guess the window was opened, however, do you have proof that it was I who did that? This is also like the coming to the end victory music, kind of, as well, if you think about it. Furthermore, do you have any proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Swear that logic is full as holes as yours. Spirit really starts. Just let my guard down for even a second. Will the truth will blow away. Now it's time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Well, we press everything first, obviously. Because that's not a requirement.
Hold it.
Evidence, all I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we know straight away. Be my guest. She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else, but why that someone else was forced to open the window, that's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose. What's wrong? Scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, you're going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis. Yes, I'll be fine. In that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright? I just proved that it was. Sure, you proved that the tape is there at the scene of the crime. But that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime. Fortunately for you, monsieur. The tape was there at the crime scene is in itself very important. So, the very existence of that tape at the crime scene proves the possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated. That possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Oh, right, because of the other thing, yeah. If the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can re-evaluate afterwards. So, in conclusion, you mean that you can't prove that it was at this point?
Hold it.
Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things my own way. I see that you're not laughing for a change. Well, I'm shocked. Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let's continue with the testimony. Alright, but let me just say one thing. You can go around accusing people.
Hold it!
Into your thoughts now, are we? This point in time is what I meant to say. Would take that to mean that you're just a sore loser? No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plug them one at a time, I will ultimately make my way to the truth. Paradox, take care to not fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Miles, you remember, don't you? About why a window in lobby number 1 was open? Yes, of course I do. That's how I'll attack. I'll present the reason why the window had to be opened. So it should be number 1, right? Yeah, the first statement will present the perfume. We also want to intentionally lose as well. But yeah, all we have to do is press all the next statements, then present the knife key, and then that is it. So we want to that means I can move to the next part. Let me do that. Two. It's fine as well. It's fine as well. That's probably not going to be getting much more done. Alright. So we want to present the it was the perfume. You've seen this before, haven't you, Miss You? Never you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know. This isn't mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Badge, you see. Miss You can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. You were the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. But you're super easy to roll up. What about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. So I knew that if we spilled it, I was supposed to... Yeah, never mind, I was supposed to present the wrong evidence. You had to move to open a window. Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence.
Who's that
We opened the
Pokemon?
door in lobby number 1. Just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard. So we're definitely not getting all the bad endings, because there was like 2 of them that I missed. I don't even know what I did wrong. I think I had to go to the areas where the judge maybe was, and then to where Faraday and stuff were, but it's like, I guess you had to do that near the end. Which is weird. Because usually it doesn't matter where you do the thing, it just says this is the ending, so... Who knows? Tell me when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. The most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. So you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1. And you saw him bring Gundry to the hallway. Is that correct? All today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. Accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Allow me to say this much. Couldn't have good, Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. I got weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Examining a murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I didn't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from, sorry. Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. If I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. Okay, so we've got to present the knife somewhere. I already explained the significance of that earlier. Only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. That's all. You would accuse me of a murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character. Do as you like, but as for me, I believe. You believe? I believe that you are the true culprit in this case. Why, you're enthusiastic. Why is it so cold? As I should have guessed. That doesn't seem like it's got anything to do either. If only it that you desist in your attack against my mentor. Yes, so we'll sue for defamation. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although, your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire. How dare you say such a thing? Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you. You would think that, like, the cold would, want to keep you awake. Or not as tired. Because you think, but it's like... Because usually people don't associate cold weather with tiredness, but... I guess in this case it's different. Why'd you have to ruin my fun? Oh, shall I continue? Hey, oh, I thought she extended on that. Why exactly could you have not killed him? Just about to testify to that. Such an impatient man. I'm really into that, you know, Edgeworth. References have no bearing on what it is at hand. You're a little uncomfortable, are we? Miss you would desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Sorry, Miss you, please continue with your testimony. I was saying, couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. Didn't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Oh, wait, that's where we present the... I think that's where we present it. Yeah, this is... When it goes like this is where we present the thing. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. If she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday... She must have known about the existence of the knife, yeah, so we have to think we can do that. Sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? Drawing the truth out of her, that's what I'm doing. I recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. That's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut out the lies? I've already figured you out. There's no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. It's a key can magically turn into... Oh, okay, there we go. It's a key can magically turn into a knife. You really don't have a leg to stand on. Yep, that's the thing there. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. Never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. Oh, okay, this is what we have to do. We have to edit the testimony. There's a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. In this case, you can kill someone with the key, because we have to prove that the key can turn into a knife, and vice versa.
Hold it.
It's you. I would like to confirm something with you one more time. Oh, what's going on? Going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this? I need to ask you about that, because he isn't the killer. Looks like the number of wrinkles on your forehead have increased yet again. Sure, sorry, monsieur. I'd like to ask you what was inside the bag. You're sure it was the Yellow Grass's key, correct? Yes, I'm sure. That's why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from. I think I've just spotted the road to a perfect victory. Finally, it would appear that you have revealed your true identity, Miss Yu. Miles, her final statement. Yes, I know. All I have to do now is present the evidence. What is this ominous feeling that I can't shake? Okay, so... we know that this is the thing we have to press, so we're going to intentionally tank our rating again. Intentionally tank the rating so that we don't have to, you know... Sorry, tank the rating intentionally because this is the last ending. For this, well, the last ending, it's the ending before the good one, I guess I should say. Saying there's nothing before this perfect piece of evidence. I don't think I'd call that perfect. You don't try to verify it, how would you know? Guess so. Oh, I just love the way you say that with such confidence.
Who's that Pokemon?
So you said you can only say something is perfect after you verified it. Drop something happens to me again, but this time in the correct way, rookie. I was a fool to claim that it was perfect. Yep, okay. Again, we know that this is the right statement, we're just gonna... Please don't... Oh no. I'm gonna fiddle around with the control stick, because, not the control stick, the, USB, because it could mean that I have to turn the game off and on. That's actually really bad. Whoops, that was me pushing it by mistake. Oh, this is a new one. Which I proved there holes in my logic to prove something else. I was mashing and I was like, wait a second, why is it not working? It's like, oh, it's because of the thing. And that would be... You really are a disciple of man from Wakanda. In such weak logic, I'm sure you're cut out to be a prosecutor. Okay, this one's the last one. The contradiction here, too bad, Edgeworth. Alright, now we can mash through. She cut me down to size with a single sentence. Now we can do it. But I must keep my composure, I can't allow it again the upper hand. Now we can just mash. Mash the buttons until we get it done. And then last ending for this chapter at least. And we'll see how far we can get in the second part. Which, there might be a lot to cover too much, because like, no new characters at the moment, and, just mainly just story things. So that's also going to be interesting to see if, Kay's thing can do stuff with cases that are like 7 years old. If that's going to be in relation, because I feel like that's what it's leading up to, especially with characters returning here that were things, so... Alright, this is the last one. you're at the end of your rope. We already have a suspect, so you can spare me the rest of your long-winded speech. It's too bad. Leave the rest in your capable hands. I'm not done with you yet. Maybe not, but I'm done with you. See you around, Edgeworth. Can't let her get away, not now. She's just gonna leave? Is that what's gonna happen here? No, just no, nothing. I guess it was just like that flight attendant one where she was just like, oh, I'm gonna leave now. Time to go. Okay, bye. And then she just leaves, which just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so now we reload this. And then after reloading it, we're gonna, Yeah, we're gonna reload this and then we get the final part. Okay, now we present this. That's the last thing we have, well, it's not the last thing we have to do, it's the last bit of evidence we have to give. We have to still do something right at the end of the chapter. So I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. It's a picture of the key the Yadagarasi sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, in fact, it has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Miss Faraday's bag is both the Yadagarasi's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes? Well, with the Yadagarasi's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Having a good look at it. So it's a minute from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would even now still feign ignorance. Not feigning anything. Can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? Mr. Von Karma, I've heard... Wait. Oh, she's talking about the most... Some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare say the good name of my mentor. Yeah, that happens later. Take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. You knew there was such a trick to this thing. Satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yadagaras's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you isn't a member of law enforcement and who... Hang on a second. Yeah. Would have never been privy to this trick. Would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, the son of the Yadagarasa sent to the police. I have knowledge as to what it was. See, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I've almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at the, I don't think anybody else knew. The only person who knew about the key being able to do that would have been the Yadagarasa themselves, right? Because that's what it seems like anyway, that it was only like the one person that would have been able to figure that out. Would have been the Yadagarasa. I guess it's the... This hand is colder than the... It's weird. This hand is always colder than this one because I think this is the hand that I use on the mouse. This is the hand that has to hold the controller because well, you don't really have a left-handed or right-handed controller. It's always just one controller, but... It's always the one that I find myself holding the controller with. So it didn't tell me about how the key actually transformed. What you are saying is simply not possible. Why not? Mr. Faraday himself did not know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentioned nothing about a knife. Yeah. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Would something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Fortunately, that is also impossible. Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been hardly classified information, even with the police force. And it's something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? I guess he wouldn't have had much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? You can laugh at a time like this. Should Probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. That's not something we need to concern ourselves with. Suppose you're right. It's you. I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Okay, I will. And I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time I'm through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind Yadagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yadagarasu's key would change overnight? It would have to obviously be the Yadagarasu themselves, because it's the Yadagarasu's key. Literally, they mentioned specifically that the Yadagarasu's key is like, opens like, what, 90% of locks or something like that? Unless that's something like... I don't know if they mentioned in this what it did, but I know in James Bond there's a key that they make that can open like 90% of locks. Which is actually pretty insane if you think about it. Yeah. I don't know what's more insane, the fact that it can open up 90% of locks, or the fact that there's 10% of locks that can't be opened with it. Because you would think that if you could patent a key that would open up 90% of locks, that it would also, you know, that it would be closer to opening most, you know, 10% is a lot of doors that it wouldn't be able to open.
Take that.
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. That is the person who sent the Yadagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yadagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great fifth Yadagarasu? It's you? You used Mr. Rell to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this? She can't stop laughing. She's been laughing this entire time. Like, it's almost like she's a damn cartoon character. I mean, most of these characters are cartoon characters, but still, it's like... Who would have thought that you... a stupid rookie prosecutor would see through me. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than when I sneak into some place. Oh. Yep, she should actually expose herself. You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto, you. Callisto, you, huh? It's not my real name. Oh, of course it's not. Because my real identity is, yes, the great faith Yadagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity. Which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rell an offer and acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yadagarasu in court. Once we entered the recess, I was dragged off by Mr. Faraday. Which threw my plan to a complete mess. Chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rell caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. Feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rell any longer. Plus, if I had let him continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. Didn't you say that you despise criminals? Do I really? You. Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would? So then what? Was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. Anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rell wasn't the Yadagarasu. Using this Yadagarasu's key as evidence. And that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. The weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. So in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon. Occasionally entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. In order to get him in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. And let me hold the Yadagarasu's key just like that. You never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. Didn't have the chance to take note. The knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. If you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rell as well. If I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. How that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other. Then the trick was the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Ralph help me set up the crime scene. After all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with the bullet. You're a defense lawyer, aren't you? How could you? How could you betray a client? Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member, Deadman. You ordered a hit job? Still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had a dead man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? Can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you? Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. That doesn't make any sense. Manny Cochin was the one who killed her sister, unless the only reason she was working with him was to bring him down, but that still doesn't mean that... That's so weird. That's honestly so weird. That is very, very weird, if that is the case. So, why would she wanna... Yeah. Like, I get the feeling that she wouldn't work with the person that was... killing them. Yadagarasu's claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. Yadagarasu's just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yadagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yadagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yadagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh, wait, she's gun. She has a gun. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You handed the Yadagarasu key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone accordingly to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? Even after I gave you such great advice. Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two, get down! My body, I can't move. You missed it, you're right. Right, Francisca? Perfectly fine, Miles. Voice is shaking. But it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? It's a gunshot. Some 10, 7 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. I guess I didn't catch her because she's not back here. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. Called the precinct. I should have a perimeter set up soon. Something bad. Are you alright? I had a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. He's sweating bullets. May say he's fine, but look, he looks quite shaken. More importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? Don't know, she sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Owen. Hey, detective. Gumshoe. Yes, sir? Is that bad, sir? Sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Two hours. We said 3 hours an hour ago, so we're getting there. We won't be able to finish the last case, because that's going to take a long time, but hey. At least sometime this next week we'll be able to finish it. We won't be able to finish the second game, but we'll be able to at least finish the first. I also haven't checked when these went out. 2 days. I gotta do that, like, soon. Otherwise, those rewards are gonna go away. Well, not go away, they'll go on, like, hold. So I need to reactivate them tomorrow, probably. What you guys do, after all? Heard about what happened. From Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you're protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just mind what it takes to be a real detective. And don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? Got it, Pops. Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. Should get back to the investigation. Swear I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Yeah, this is gonna be just very much like the previous stream where we do like a majority of a case. And like a little bit of either the beginning or the end of another one. So this is just a long, like, we spent already, this is a long case already. We spent around 5-6 hours on this one, and then we've done another 5-6 hours on this. This is the longest case so far. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, it was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired. You should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. One more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship. She wanted to do the... She wanted to give him the Swiss roll. It all comes full circle. It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. Gonna eat this right now. Sure, go ahead. Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay brought together. While the one Kay saved never reached their father. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back party, a celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. That was good, Val. Can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? You noticed just now, was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? I want to check something real quick in case I missed. I don't think I missed anything at all. Too bad that to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him. Yeah, you betcha, pal. Gonna go help him. Oh, but first... You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore. Gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yep, that's a constant tie as well from the very beginning of the game. Like they've been together since the very beginning, for good and bad. Since nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that anonymous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir. Don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on for real well. I'll be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now grown up. Well, there she is right there. Yep. Gumshoe's got a new jacket. His jackets are green now. Kay's like 7 years old. And... Say, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Okay, it's been a while. Okay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course. Thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really right about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much. Oh, was that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're alright. So does it all make sense? Does it tell me how old she is? You betcha it does. You know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and... Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yadagarasu? The Yadagarasu is Callista Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father. Mr. Faraday was a Yatagarasu? Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently. I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. That's impossible. What's with that look? You didn't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then, how do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarazu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Well, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was really a great thief. Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed. Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Look at this article. It's the same article. Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card? Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto you ladies behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Now, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it'd be you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and misused identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father would never be able to rest in peace. Okay, you're so honorable. Don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. If you are planning to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are not making it easy for me. What am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. An evil woman? You mean Callisto you? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. I mean, for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unpaid. Then you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great? Great, Kate? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? Great Thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Ben Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. Phantasmagorically changing identity of the Great Thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Alright, we got a trophy now. And then we have the last case Episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. Sync that up. That's 2 trophies today. Both story related. So even though this game's been out since, like, what? It's been out for probably, like, at least 6 months or so. I think it's about 6 months. Only, like, 40% of people that have, I think 40% of people that have played it have actually finished this game. I think it was then. When did it come out? It came out... Did the Investigations collection come out? September 6th. It came out September 6th last year, so it's been out for nearly a year, and only like 40% of people who've played the game have finished it. That's actually kind of insane. That's actually kind of insane that only that many people have played it all the way through. Yeah, we have to go back. Alright, we have about an hour and a half, so we'll do a start of the last chapter. Turnabout Ablaze. So I guess that means we're gonna see Callista Yu at some point again. If that's the case, and I guess everyone's gonna reunite here. 2 cards. One of the Black Raven, and one of the White Raven. Country torn in 2. One to the west, and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again. The truth will reveal itself. The one good thing is that if we do finish this, this case, I will end the stream early because it means that I don't need to, because it will be, wait, it's a show, I was gonna say it's a show? Because it's technically one game, but I consider this as one game, but I can't do the, you accused Yada Karasu, K.U. Eight hours earlier. So, because this is one game, and if we do finish it, like, if we do finish this game, then, because there's I'm not gonna put in, like, it's like what I did with Spirit of Justice in the other games. Because they're 2 separate titles, I don't want to have, like, one part of it be, like, the ending of one case, and then have the other half of it be, like, into the other one. The only time I'll do that is if I don't have enough time to do it. Like, I think I did that for the DLC, where I temporarily did a little bit of the thing into the DLC, because I didn't realize how much, I think I only had, like, got an hour worth of content out of it, so yeah. But we'll see. We're back to March 14th again. March 14, 10:17 AM, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. So nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and murder at the Gatewater Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I can be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, it's... okay. Speak! Speak, I tell you! Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasa isn't going to find itself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Oh, right, because this is the... yeah. Fortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, okay? What's with you today? Sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is... what you got? Take a look at this! March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. Suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentioned is today. Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry. The embassy awaits. Suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. Never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I'm not, Kate. You're just too wound up. Well, then you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. I mean, Miss You? Woman who killed Kay's father burned Faraday 7 years ago. Callista Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, then disappeared from the courtroom. Makes me so mad, the phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. The company's underhanded dealings are made public. Target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article looks to me as though that could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but is knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. Something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No, no reason at all. Very well. Seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. Okay, I guess we don't get to investigate Edgeworth's office. March 14, 5 p.m. Jeez, it shifted from like, what, 10 o'clock to 5 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis. What is this, the theater of neutrality? Is that what it means? Because theatrum sounds like theater, neutralis sounds like neutral, so is there some sort of, like, neutral theater? By the light, we are ready! Oh, it's the Steel Samurai, ready to embark on another outing. And this is where our tale begins. Okay. Oh, I see someone. Is that? That's Manny. That's Manny, I think. That guy right there in the green suit. I think that's that Manny guy that we saw in the thing 7 years ago. I just realized this now. Oh no. I just saw this. I wonder how that's gonna turn out. I'll let my friend know about that, actually. I just saw that that's in production. The Steel Samurai stage. I gotta check the. When do we? When is the investigate? Does the investigation start? Okay, that room. We'll worry about that later. Not there yet. Who would have thought that the Steel Samurai show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. Suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. Anything new that we can look up? It's just the same thing as last time. Killed Kay's father 7 years ago. He claimed to be the only crossing the meta escape. So she was 10. She was 10 years old in, she was 10 years old in, the sequence. So she's 17 now. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries. So this is North and South Korea, basically. Is this basically North and South Korea if they decided to build a theater in the damn neutral zone? In the demilitarized zone or whatever, the DMZ? That's what it sounds like to me. Again, these games do tend to also reflect... Well, this game was made, obviously, like, ages ago, but still. Let me get this straight. Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Elabast, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. You know who I'm really into? The German Ninja. The Republic of Bubble is sponsoring a German Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We've totally got to see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The German Ninja show is going to kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling. That she was really in, that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. Makes sense, actually, because again, there's been those situations in the thing where she does the pose with her arms crossed and the scarf is blowing in the wind, and whenever I think of that, I think of ninjas, or I think of like there's animes that are like that where they're blowing the wind. I think of that immediately. It's like that. That's what I think of when I think of. I feel like she wants to be a thief and a ninja, maybe both. Who knows? Maybe she wants to be both. Someone will check something real quick. Okay. Nothing to worry about. Actually, I'm gonna check that real quickly to see what they were planning. Anyway, about today's event. What's it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babel, Goodwill Jubilee. It's a long name. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Codopia. Codopia? Oh, that's the same. It's like the Codopian Embassy, so... Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. I do quite like these designs. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yadagarashu still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Excuse me, what were you talking about again? Can you please stop spacing out on me? Anyway, we're talking about the Alabast versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee. Two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. Supposedly, they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why was the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Prima Duck statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your fleeting desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. You'd better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the Yadagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. We can do that. We can definitely do that. And we are going to go and do, that.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yep, super festive. I'm really happy for the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. It's great that they have re-established diplomatic relations. The newspapers say that it's almost like they're Codopia once again. So you're bearing witness to a historic moment in time. Hey, look, they're selling some commemorative merchandise to celebrate this event. Vanda's Codopia biscuits, and over there, they're selling Royal Codopia biscuits. It would seem that they have yet to reconcile their competitive spirits. Oh, that's just us talking. I was like, I wanted to see if there was an option for me to talk about them, but it's just this. Okay, nothing new. So, I feel like I should leave the guy in the green suit to last because that seems like I'm pretty certain that's who I think it is. Oh, is this like I just realized this now. Is this like Australia or America all over again, where it's like that Simpsons episode where there's the border for Australian in America. Yeah, I remember that episode. Alright, let's, where do we start? I guess we can go... Start here, I guess. Hang on a second, I know who that is. Top right-hand corner, right there. That's a character from the previous games. That's, Lotta, actually, from the, she's like an investigative she's an investigative reporter, so she's definitely gonna be... Guaranteed she's gonna be doing something in this case. And we're here, reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Well, okay, that was good. Let's do one more run-through. Excuse me, but when are you ready to film for real? Would you mind giving me a call? Since that you didn't hear a single word I just said. Alright. There's a flat panel, a tape deck, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. I suppose it's so visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure. Guess it really is just that popular, huh? Yes, although I never thought I would see it reach this level of popularity. I wonder why they decided to call them Steel Samurai for an event like this. I mean, it's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with the Steel Samurai sword instead. Wouldn't that go against the whole point of this event? It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of the Steel Samurai. Go, keep on fighting until your last breath. Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai. Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. Global? What does it say? Global Studios. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they film the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Never underestimate my powers of recollection. Where in tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. Yeah, this is Lotta from, multiple Ace Attorney games. I think she was in all the first 3 games, and she was in a couple of other ones as well, I believe. I can't remember which ones exactly, but I'm pretty certain she was in at least 2 or 3 of the first. She was either in all 3 of the original trilogy, or she was in 2 of the 3. National flag of the Republic of Babal is on display here. Crest on it features a butterfly. It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal on it. Not really. You can list at least a few off the top off for you that do. Okay then, are there any flags with really chic things on them? Chic things? That's pretty vague, okay? Although by my definition there aren't really any flags that feature a chic object. Oh, that's too bad. Because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it. And what exactly would you do with a stolen national flag, Kay? You would just get arrested. You would get arrested, actually. Never go to another country and do anything with the flag. You know, even, you know, I remember there was at one of the Olympics, one of our swimmers got into trouble for doing something with the flag. They got banned from the country. Wrestlers have done stuff with flags in other countries before. And I think it was Chris Jericho at one point actually, there was I think it was a Brazil flag, or it was a flag from somewhere in Central America or South America. And I think he like put it down on the ground and kicked it away with his boot, not in an aggressive way or anything like that, but he apparently got told backstage, you have to get out of here immediately, because I think they were looking to arrest him for disgracing the flag. Something I can help you with. This was wondering what is beyond these doors. I believe his embassy is just beyond these doors, sir. Do you have some business with the embassy? Do you require immediate access? No, that's quite alright. Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republican Bible. Well then, since we're here... Embassy isn't some sort of theme park, okay? Such a buzzkill. Because that's another thing I remember as well. I think I've seen, I know that they... I don't know if it's the case with every single country, but I know in the US, it's like, there's always like this thing, like, if the flag is gonna fall, never allow it to touch the ground or something like that. Yeah, never allow it to touch the ground. It's, I don't know if it's bad luck or if it's just a respect thing, but it's like, never let the flag touch the ground. Okay, that's good. Alright, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop. Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, once more. In 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. National flag of the Kingdom of Elabast is on display here. The crest on it features a flower. Flowers and butterflies are kind of rare motifs for flags, don't you think? Well, when they used to be Codopia, the government used to take pride in its land. Citizens also love the rich, bountiful nature all around them, thus the design. Hey, if the Steel Samurai get popular enough, do you think they'd put him on their flag? Are you in your right mind, Kane? Maybe the German ninja would make a better candidate. Don't make me laugh. And the Steel Samurai deserves such an honor. Something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. Still a Boston embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy. I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now. Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard. I mean, they're also... They're doing their job, like, again, like, you can't just go into an embassy and just be like, yeah, I wanna, you know, I wanna take a tour down the embassy, you know, you can't just do that. Can't just be like, oh, I want to have a, what do they call it, like a tour, I guess, like we're gonna go on a museum tour through the embassy. No, no. Just no. 10 more minutes. No, in 5 more minutes. Isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use, would someone please just tell me what I should do? Appear to be troubled by something. May I be of assistance? Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. If I mess up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face. Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. Just go over and talk to her? Question mark? Just go over and talk to her. Do that. That's really all that matters. Just go and do that, please. That's a poster of the Steel Samurai, I think. I also see Gatewater Land as well. No, I've seen a lot of these shows and a bunch of things, but today's show was like they went for a complete comedy, know what I mean? Yeah. And that last move, the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And that Pink Princess's move was really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know. I totally thought that too. The Pink Princess has a bit of hip. Seriously, just what were they thinking, you know? Actually managed to do that one. Actually managed to do that one. Suppose there is no graceful way to enter this conversation. There are pamphlets about the 2 embassies here on this table. Okay, so we've got the Embassy of Elabast, the Embassy of Babal, and Theatrum Neutralis. So, literally an embassy split in 2. Which I don't think I have ever... I don't think there's an embassy in the world that would have this that exists. Because usually embassies exist in... Usually an embassy exists in a foreign country, so... There'd be an American embassy, for example, in Australia. I'm not saying that there is, I don't even know if there is, but, you know, certain countries would have an embassy in a thing. I don't think they would have an embassy within their own country. That doesn't make... That would be like if North and South Korea had an embassy within their own country. That doesn't really As far as I know, that's not how it works. That is not how it works at all. At least as far as I know, that's what you have to do. Sorry, that's how it works. You don't... Like, 1 more hour to go. I don't feel as tired, but still, it's also just 1 hour to go. Alright. And just weird to have a theater as well. The country split in two a few years back. They've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. It's because I don't have the money to build 2 separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why it came. Suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. 2 countries share this building with borders. Embassy guide stuck in... Can I look at... Wait. I want to still talk to someone. What is all the hubbub? Hey look, it's the Steel Samurai. He's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. I don't remember the Iron Infant. Oh, what is this game? The Iron Infant, that's what we're going with? Okay. National treasure of each country, they each possess a set of 3 finely crafted knives. The Kingdom of Alabast still produces the very luxurious Kodopian paper, which is renowned for its extremely high quality. The Republic of Babal is the sole producer of Babalese ink, which is made from wheat crystal. It is also known to generously offer coupons. At least we get to hear the Steel Samurai theme for a bit. This is the perfect angle. Go in my image, travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe. More honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. I guess we go and talk to the Iron Infant and stuff. Can I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. No, Edgeworth can't hold his fandom in. Sir Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please, excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. Is that an autograph? I'm trying to read what it says. I think it says... Does it say to Mr. Edgeworth? I think it says to Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai Daddy... Something... Renowned man of Neo Tokyo, I think it says. Looks like he's written something down for you. To Edgeworth, from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Autograph with a sketch of his face and weapon. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Elba is waiting for you. Let me see what this says. There we go. So Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. That doesn't sound right to me. I don't know why it says Steel Samurai Daddy, married man. That makes me think somebody else has written this. And the fact that he's not talking. And now, the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Alabast to shake the hand of the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the 2 countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. Here he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. Really does sound like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. just a few seconds, the German Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the German Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. He's set to meet with the ambassador of Babal at any time. German Ninja show's about to start. We've got to get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. But this show would change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If you miss even a second of the German Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. Suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, okay? Isn't that a ninja marked for Death's Lullaby sung all day? Superb playing in that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. His heart-wrenching voice, now that's the German Ninja's greatest weapon. There's pieces of German Ninja merchandise over there. I've got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Missola wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu would make an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. Wait, I just know the Yatagarasu will show. I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. That card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. Genuine fake? Well, how can I word this? Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? I've got a problem. Oh no. Yatagarasu has been spotted in Alabast. What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony. She's gonna run into the... Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you enter. What the? Hey, the steel samurai just rolled straight on through with that one. If you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape. Okay, you can't... Oh no. Don't crash. Don't turn off. I don't know when I last saved. Why? Nothing changed. Alright, I'm gonna have to hope that this is not, I'm gonna have to hope that this is, just a disconnection rather than, me having to go in there and turn it all off, because that's gonna be annoying! Super annoying. Nope, it's a... I have to reconnect turn the continue on, and I don't know when the last autosave happened. What, really? Like, right in the last hour? This is annoying. I don't know why it does this. Yeah, you can't connect to the PS4 while it's turned up. It's not even turned off, it's just frozen. Right. Great. Now I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this problem. I'll have to take a couple of minutes to do it. It's the same thing like it was last time. Pretty sure it's the same thing like it was last time. Got to go back in there, turn it off, turn it on again. Hopefully that it's auto-saved. Otherwise we have to go and interact with everything all over again. Well, not really, we just have to... Last time it was like a 10-minute, like, non-auto-save. But I'm guessing now it might have auto-saved, I don't know. Yeah, it's off. Alright, well, I'll be back in a minute or two. I've got to turn the console off, turn it back on again, reconnect it to the thing, do all the other stuff as usual, so I'll be back when that happens. Alright, we're back. Well, hopefully this all works. Do this again. Do everything from the beginning. Hopefully we don't do... Hopefully it's around the point that we... Hopefully it's around the point that we, what do you call it? Hopefully it happened around the point where, like, where we were. And we don't have to redo the entirety of the thing, because that's just going to be super annoying, because I don't know what I have to actually click on to be able to do it. So, hopefully it's auto-save. Last time it did... It was during the middle of a conversation, so I'm hoping that it's the same thing. But if it's not, then there's a chance that we'll have to redo a lot more than that. I'm gonna keep opening this. It's not where I'm opening this. This here. At least this is going to be a little bit easier to explain, because no new characters have really been introduced at this point. Let's bring the game back up. Okay, at least we're in the final case. I don't know where we are. Let's see where I last what I said, because it tells me at least based on the time. Yeah, we're 9 minutes away from wherever. We're 9 minutes apart from where we were. Let's. Then again, that was. You know, the autosave is back here. I don't know how far back this conversation was. I guess we'll see where it did it. Okay, it's actually like I'm gonna make a save now so I don't have to. Actually, I'm gonna make a save where we got the thing on. Right, we can mesh through a little bit of this because we've already seen it, but it actually didn't take me back too far. Smash through the text here. Unfortunately, this is as fast as I can go. Country's embassy is, I think it was around this point. So actually it wasn't as bad as I thought. And I'll make a save anyway, just to say, hey, this is where we actually like left off, so I can just load it immediately without having to worry. So you're saying that it took me like almost 10 minutes to get all that set up. That's really strange. If I don't go through the proper procedure to enter the country, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Babal and climb over the wall into Elabast. You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another. Okay, are you listening to me? Kay Faraday, and I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome, but they actually allow her just to go in through. Someone stop her, anyone. They actually just allowed her through. March 14, 6:12 p.m. open air stage. I just like that they allowed her through. The one place didn't, and then it was like they didn't allow her to go through at all. Okay. Okay, where are you? Tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Fire, this is too big for us to handle. What's the other girls who came to a ball too? Oh, this is the opening. Okay. I do like that I didn't mention this before. I did like that as you play the game, based on where you are currently or what you're doing in the chapter or the episode, it changes up the main menu screen. That's something that I did quite enjoy. Okay, this is exactly the same thing that we did saw before. Wait. Oh, Gumshoe's here, and then that is the assistant. What's her name? Sheena? Sheena. March 14, 6:45 p.m. Barbalese Embassy Secretariat's office. Okay, this is where the stuff is missing. I told you, it wasn't me!
Hold it.
Oh, there's a murder happening here as well, I just saw. Is that Manny? That's dead? Okay, are you alright? I look alright to you? Can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth. Is it Gumshoe? What is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. Yep, that's him. And he's got the Yatagarasu key in his pocket as well. And there's a knife there. Wasn't me. It's already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage. Suspicious person? Long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that it's unsuspicious. I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them to the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. I just know that person is the one who did it. Okay, I'm not an expert of putting, like, 2 and 2 together when it comes to all these things, but considering we just came from... Considering we just came from the previous case, and you're covering your eyes, and even, you look familiar. I'm wondering if this is Callista, because we just saw her in the previous case. She didn't look like this though, but the fact that she's got sunglasses on, and also like maybe you could say that her hair looks a little bit weird. I didn't pick up on this originally. I wasn't really thinking about it. I thought she was just a thing, but now that I've played the previous chapter, it's like this might be her. Her face looks familiar. I'm not... It looks familiar to me. Like, I would not be surprised if it is. There's been plenty of characters in these games that have disguised themselves as other people. And that would at least put her in the vicinity of crimes. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is correct. And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? And she's not even saying anything either. I think it could be her. You refuse to answer. Never mind, it actually isn't her? Okay, she took her... I was surprised she took her sunglasses off. I was like, is it her or isn't it her? I don't know if it is, because her, she had, like, freckles on her face, I think. I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey, pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? What happened here? It's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. No. No, it's up to the country. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal. Yep, that's basically how embassies work. Just because you're on the land of the country that you are in, it does not mean that you have the jurisdiction for that land. So, if there's an Australian embassy in the US, it's that land, even though it's on American soil, it is an Australian building and an Australian governed law thing. Similar to any embassy, that's not how. It's basically a residency of the country. It's not under the control. Similarly, how here we have joint military bases with the U.S. and yet there are some rooms that only U.S. personnel can go into, which is also really weird. Which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Barbalese government and Barbalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterritorial terrestrial rights? So do you really believe that the truth is out there? Boo, wow, 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 wow. I just think of the X-Files when that happens. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. It's what was agreed upon to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place. Which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir. Please leave this a matter of Interpol's hands and go home. I guess Interpol also would have a jurisdiction because they're international police, but they would still need the permission of the government. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Okay, is this, I'm assuming that this is Langshi? No, it's not. Oh! Never mind, she's here. Von Karma is here. And someone else is as well, whoever, I don't know who this is. Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. And he was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca? I also just find it weird that, like, Sheena is here, but no one else is. Lang's trusted secretary, level-headed, she supports women's investigations. Ambassador of Babal, who will do absolutely anything for his country's tourism industry, age 37, Callias Polena. And many coach in age 31, the victim, Ambassador Polena's secretary and secretariat, apparently was a good man. We know this not to be true, at least, because we know that he killed the sister of one of the characters, but... also, we don't know. So I guess we'll see. Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. So that means she's 20 years old here, I think? Should be 20? No, she's still 19. That's right, so she, yeah.
Hold it.
Already? What is it? Ambassador Polino? And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Polino. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? Don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with the aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. Don't know what you're planning quite yet. But at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you were done playing games. Right, let's begin the investigation. Okay, Bubbly's Embassy Secretariat's office. So obviously we'll explore around first, talk to everybody, and then we have a lot of other things to do. And there's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of things to do in this part. We're not going to get any more trophies today, I don't think. It's just going to be those two. There's not even any trophies in this one part at all, so no trophies this time. Yeah, no trophies there. And then, yeah, there's logic mode, okay. So, yeah, investigation. We'll probably just do some of the basic investigation here, and then we'll also do a couple other things, but we're not going to get by this case today. Absolutely not, there's not enough time. Not enough time, and also, like, this case is probably going to be maybe potentially another two streams. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Bubbly's embassy today. Why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yadagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yadagarasu these past 7 years, it's a more or less mutually beneficial agreement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. Looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. Sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Alright, where to begin? So, I like this. Essentially, Francisca's the one in control, we're her assistant, and then Gumshoe is our assistant. So Gumshoe is just the assistant's assistant now. While you were on guard duty, did you not notice anything unusual? Well, so I'm watching set inside the embassy. Unfortunately, I didn't run into the Yadagarasu, sir. But I did talk to an officer who was on duty near the border between the two embassies. He told me that not a single person crossed the boundary during the incident. I see. Investigation into the fires and the Yadagarasu are a mess thanks to both events. I'm so confused, sir. Should I be putting the fire out or investigating? What do you think, sir? Aren't you old enough to solve your own problems yet, Detective? The investigation. I can update on how the investigation is going. Oh, yeah, well, it's going, sir. In other words, no one has any idea of what happened here, correct? To put it simply, yeah, you got it, sir. But we do know that something happened in this room, sir. Any moron with a pair of eyes can see what happened, Detective. Oh. Well, anyway, let's investigate every single nook and cranny in this room, sir. We have to get serious, or Kay will end up getting arrested as the killer. Yes, I'm already well aware of that. Oh. In order to find out what really happened here in this room, we will need to gather whatever information we can. It's time to take a good look. Alright, I don't know where to start, honestly. There's so many people in here and so many things. I suppose we can start from the right side and then go from there. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat. There is a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? You can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. Suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Primidox statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. That's exactly what I was thinking. It does look like the Steel Samurai to me. Both countries claim to own the real one, national treasure, only the ambassador and secretariat can touch. It's another butterfly. I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babal, national symbol that adorns the national flag. Alabast's flower is its counterpart. Drawing this big on the wall of an embassy definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a top cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, Detective, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. Guess the handles all got burned off by fire. So even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Polino, are these knives yours? Oh yes, they are. They're a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babal. Butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives. They're comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Barbalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Polino, what is this notch here for? Oh, that? It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Barbalese embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? That's the Barbalese are studying American culture and our tourism industry. If they have plans to make the Barbalese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring these with me to Babal, I can trade them in for a few buffets. So how do you expect to travel to Babal? Oh, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. For an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I had to. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? Looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire. Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk to about the clocks in the room, sir? So, unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it manages to auto. It's quite enough, detective. There was another... There's another... I saw another investigation thing. Still some burnt objects scattered on the floor. Well, burnt things get burnt, and then they become burnt things, you know? No, because there's no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as a burnt thing. Was it a burnt thing or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir. Yes, I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend. Alright, we'll talk to you now. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Then I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Polena, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police, that and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? Fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept the bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember, the Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. Manicochin. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manicochin. He's my secretary in the University Secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything. Accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. Sorry, but did you say printing? The country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Then he recovered Percy from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. Renovations? What exactly do you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is no longer with us. Alright, I'll talk to Francisco now too. We also got this. There's a thing on the ground here. Miles Edgeworth. What is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you were still under me. Poor Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? Why is she here when she is supposed to be overseas in pursuit? So I'm guessing it's because the smuggling is tied to here? Question mark? That's probably what it is. The Moida. I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. That's right, the other Gavassi was due to appear at the embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babalese embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Elba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. Yadagarasu. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yadagarasu? Welcome back, Sarada. You're doing well. We, into the last case of the game. We're not finishing the game today, that's not a possibility. 0% chance. 0% chance we're finishing the game today. Like, absolutely impossible. But that's okay. I am very tired. And, I don't know. remember, do you not? About the case we investigated together 7 years ago? Girl's the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay's been on the trail of the Yadagrasu, which is how she ended up here. Looking for the one who took her father's life. 20 minutes to go and then I can be done with this. I know that I could end whenever I want to, but at the same time, like, I want to just... I feel way tired. I feel way tired compared to... I guess it was because I was up earlier than normal, but what can you do? This is... Guy's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yadagrasu keeps on tricking us all. How so? Yadagrasu sent a card saying I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Card warned that Yadagrasu was taking it. All we've had is an arson and a murder. The Lud Boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract and it's gonna be on the rap sheet. If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. Do wonder though if Callisto Yu really is the Yadagrasu. I'm guessing we have to go do something else. At least I won't probably be up early. Well, there's a chance I will be up early, who knows. I would like to be so I can get the stream ready for tomorrow, but if I don't stream tomorrow, it means I won't be streaming tomorrow anyway. If I'm unable to stream with Persona tomorrow, it means I won't be streaming at all, so... Because if I stream this tomorrow, it's gonna be, I definitely wouldn't be able to do the stream on Sunday, so... Don't wanna run the risk of missing out on that, since we've already organised a weekend day. I guess we gotta come back to Francisca, because she's still got a notification that she needs something to do, so... The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. Why didn't they just say this fan must have fallen from the ceiling? Why did they have to be this ceiling fan fell from the... Of course the ceiling fan fell from the ceiling! Where else would it have fallen? A ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one's ceiling. If I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. If comes true, in the real world we close our eyes when we sleep. Okay, got the body, got all this other stuff to do. So the victim was the secretary to this embassy, I take it. I need coaching. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Coachman was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Cause of death, single stab to base of neck. The body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. Okay. Now we investigate the body and anything around it. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key. It can't be. Isn't this the Yadagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... 7 years ago. Oh, then now they remember. You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto, Yu. Mr. Faraday was killed with his key, sir. I thought he was killed with a knife. Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in. Francisco, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. I feel like the victim right now. I'm tramping on, sir. Suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... oh, we're gonna display what the key can do. Basically, it can turn into a, It's not far-fetched to think that the end of this key was meant to be a butterfly. The keymaker must have been a true patriot to have fashioned this after the national symbol. It's because of... Again, we're gonna do this again. Just go onto the... there. Swaps into a knife. As you will see. There you go. Well, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. The Yatagarasu stole this from the embassy 7 years ago. It is also a knife. Yeah, so remember that this happened as well. 7 years ago, the Yatagarasu stole it. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, sir? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on their IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babalese Embassy's Secretariat holding this? Well, we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key. We do know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kodopian Embassy. That's right, Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Palenio about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. I guess that's why we couldn't finish everything with him then. It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. I'm surprised that she just piped up about that. Manny Cochin. I've seen him before. He was the suspect in the KG8 incident. I saw him talking with the elder sister of the victim of that case, Miss Callisto Yu. I wonder if there is a connection between his murder and the KG8 incident. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. Suppose this means that we know now that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Though it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine, there's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Butterfly-shaped guard adorns the handle of the murder weapon. Well, remember they said that the handles could be taken off to replace things, so that the chance that this could have been, yeah. And then covered in victim's blood, the blade matches the wound. Butterfly motif is noteworthy. There was a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. I believe this is a butterfly. It's one of the amazing ornamental knife. I'm really glad that this beautiful butterfly wasn't ruined by blood. It's not even a drop of blood on it. It really is quite exquisite. So much so that even you can understand its beauty, detective. Hey, why do you always have to look down on my tastes, sir? You know what I like, and this is really well crafted. Why do I look down on his tastes? Because, my dear detective, I'm afraid your tastes are usually quite questionable. This knife. It would appear that the handle is removable. Just so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. Don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, Detective. Can we remove the... So this is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade. Well, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it. Ah, sir. Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Okay, nothing on the tip. Nothing on any of these. Okay. Anything else down here? Okay, nothing else on the victim, I don't think. Sorry, but Interpol is conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone into the site, you got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me. No, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so... Why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think so? These are a staple in every Barbalese house. And I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit too. Just how old are you again, Detective? Small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochin's office. Oh, yeah, if this was his office, then obviously this would be his safe, so... So perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. And now we can finally talk to... you. Okay, you alright? Believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't. I promise to prove it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It'd be wise of you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try, then, if you're that confident. Can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. They did say I could talk to Manny again, so I'll do that first, and then we'll go and figure out what we're going to do with Francisca. So, Cadopia. Ambassador Polania. I was wondering if I might ask you about Cadopia. Cadopia? Alright. What would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. About this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? On closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. It's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh, fascinating. Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? It's knife form. There's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Cadopia. Well, remember, it was Cadopia all those years ago. How did you come to that conclusion? There's both of Cadopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Cadopia. Ambassador Polania. This key was stolen from the Cadopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time? Sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny was still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Cochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. That doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarazu's key here in the present. I think now I've done everything with the requirement for talking with everybody. Because now we have to do logic mode, Francisco and stealing at the secret, and then we talk to her again, and then we do a few other things. So let's put the logic together. Steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the other Grosser was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret. Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babalese embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Okay, now we can talk to her. Talk about the smuggling. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. Suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. It's a canning document. Oh, is that in... I was going to say, is that in, Bulgarian? I don't think it is. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Cadopia. Which means it's somewhere in the countries of Alabas and Babel is the head. Only the one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Cadopian paper document, accounting document related to smuggling, proof someone in one of the countries is the ringleader. So now we've got that done. Now what do we do? Done that, done that, done that. Done that. Now we do motif on the handle with the butterfly and then key with lock. It's on a knife's handle. Greatly resembles the special Babalese species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. And then now we do this one. I know for a fact that Yadagarsa's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Cochran's pocket. Which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. Guess I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yadagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective, I believe all we need is a closer look. I won't rest until I've inspected everything. So it's basically... It's a hidden panel, looks like. Looks like a serious safe, but there's not a scrap of paper inside. Which reminds me, the safe is in your office is just as empty, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? It's merely a coincidence that both safes are empty, detective. Oh, make that a triple coincidence, because my piggy bank at home was empty too. I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, detective. Hey, there's a hole here, sir. It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole. That's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? Shaped kinda like a star, don't you think, sir? Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole. Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole's shaped so weirdly, you know? Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking things. No, there's no way I could ever do that. Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me. Anything on the wall? Anything on the hinges? Anything on the thing? Okay, no, there's nothing else. So we'll uncover the truth in the thing because it's reached time where I would normally stop. It's reached time where I would normally stop for today. Really, Play Asia just sent me a message saying that I'm at risk of losing loyalty rank, which I don't really care anyway, because I'm just using it to buy stuff that I don't need. Or that I want later thing anyway. But yeah, that'll be it for today's stream. Obviously, we're just getting started with this case. Pretty much we got there, we got all the information regarding like what was happening with Kay and the Yadagarasu. We went to a Steel Samurai show. It was like a whole big event between the two things. The embassy is 2 different countries. We got to see a few other cameos that happened here and there. Something's definitely happened to Steel Samurai. I think. I thought I saw another character, but it was just a reporter, I guess, or somebody else. That was a thing. It looked like Manny actually, but it wasn't because his suit was different. We got a few other things there too. We made it to here. We saw the fire. She rushed through the embassy. She's got captured. Manny's been killed. The area's been burnt. We ended up opening the safe. We got a few things there. Everything's being set on fire. We also ended up. We can't go to certain areas because Langshi's blocked them off, so we'll go there later. We'll meet up with them, I guess, as well. Sheena is there. She has apprehended thing. Francisca, we're now Francisca's assistant, and Gumshoe is our assistant, so he's the assistant's assistant. And you know, we have a few things here and there that we did at the moment. We also got down to the bottom of the case of the previous thing as well. I should probably do a quick overview of that anyway. I'm trying to think what else happened that I wanted to talk with. We also made our way to... I guess I should do a general overview. We, nothing new graphically and music-wise, it's always just been very consistent. Nothing new gameplay-wise either. In terms of characters, nothing new in the previous case, but in this case we have a few characters already that we haven't got a lot of information on at the moment, but mostly, the 5th case seems like it's going to be tying into a lot of the other stuff, so it's mostly the same characters. The only new character so far has been Polino, who's basically just obsessed with selling us, giving us tourism coupons and doing stuff with the tourism industry. Story-wise, the only stuff that really happened was what we were doing while we were in the thing, which I'll load up a quick thing just to go and talk over that before I head off, because I would like to get this uploaded potentially today, and also that means we don't have to worry about other things as well. So, where were we in the last part? Oh, that's right. We pretty much were at the start of the, we were investigating all the stuff in the hallway. There was a lot of food-related stuff that happened here, where, Gumshoe bought the Gumshoe didn't have enough money for a thing. Kate, as a girl, didn't have enough money for a thing, so they put their money together to get Swiss rolls and stuff with the balloon, and all that. And also, like, every snack was given like different dialogue and stuff, which was actually kind of funny that they did stuff like that as well. And then obviously we figured out what happened with all the stuff that was happening there. And then the judge kept like there was a lot of comedy with the judge getting stuff wrong constantly, and like everyone trying to one-up each other, I guess, is the best way to put it. And then we eventually thought we got Gumshoe out, and then we ended up not getting Gumshoe out because he had to basically we got him on a lie, I guess. And with all the Swiss roll debacle, there was a lot of Swiss roll references and a lot of things like that. We also got Kay's promise book, where we saw stuff more about her backstory with her father, and about how they pulled their money together and did all that stuff as well. And then obviously then the stuff with the perfume. Once the stuff with the perfume came out, there's a lot of just in general discussion about the previous incident and about what happened with Detective Bad, about the KG8 incident originally. All these different relationship things that happened with everyone and how they were related to each other. And then basically from that point, it just became like breaking down like all the evidence from the past case and seeing how it all related to the thing, which we ended up figuring out that the key and the knife were the same thing, and they could swap in between, of course. And certain characters weren't aware of certain features on that, so we had to basically do stuff with them. And it basically came down to the only person who had anything that could have been doing it was you herself, which obviously ended up exposing her as the Yadagarasu. And she also took the, they explained how she did all the stuff with the crime with the surveillance video and all that other stuff that happened as well. And then basically she goes into a fit of laughter, says that she's the Yadagarasu, killed both of them, that her real name isn't that either, and then also about people discovering her identity and that silencing them, and also like doing all the other stuff. And then she she pulled out a gun, tried to shoot us. Then she ran off and went missing, and we don't really have an explanation. So basically, Calista Yu was Yadagarasu. Faraday figured out her true identity while investigating cases. She eliminated him. Then she ordered the other guy to assassinate someone and then used his thing to cover them up. And then, as that ended up happening, she basically spilled her perfume and did all the other stuff to remove all the potential things. And then because of Gumshoe being where he was with the switched roles, it made it look like he was there. But then the stuff with the judge in the restroom, looking through the windows and all that stuff, and that they also ended up going and doing all those good things and figuring out what happened there. And then basically at the end, they didn't catch her. She got away. We pretty much all bonded over everything that was happening, and then we flashed back to Gatewaterland, and then it was like, oh, everyone remembers everyone again, and now there's just more. It's more so more questions than answers kind of thing. So that's where we're currently at with this game. Obviously, we'll keep going as we do, because there's not a lot that happened in this one chapter. It's kind of hard to go over absolutely everything without, like, absolutely spoiling. You know, that's what I'm basically doing anyway, but it's hard to go over all the things all at once, I should say. So, yeah. I don't know what else I want to talk about. I think that's pretty much where I would want to stop talking, because obviously, we're not going to probably finish this next stream. Usually these cases are fairly long. I looked at how many chapters there are, parts of it there are. There's 7 parts, which is already longer than everything else, and some of those chapters took 10 hours, so I would expect this chapter to not be finished next stream, but it might be finished the stream after that one. So, yeah, obviously, in terms of the rest of this week, Saturday stream, if I'm able to stream on Saturday, will be Persona 5 Strikers. If not, we will take a break. If we do stream on Saturday, I will do this on Sunday. If we don't stream on Saturday, I will do this on, I will do Strikers on Sunday. Monday will be Rivals, and then Tuesday and Friday will be the rest of this. Monday will most likely be the last of this part, which we'll do a long review for that, and then we'll finish up the stream earlier. And then, Tuesday, sorry, will be and then Wednesday through Friday will be the next game, the second game, I should say. So that can be, that's what you can look forward to in the future as well. Thank you all for watching. With that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, view this video, gives us monetization. Some more content has my content become more accessible to find. I uploaded my past Plat accessible Let's Plays and Let's 2 at the YouTube channel. Just find a link down below to the games for games we have played in the stream thus far. All in this place, I recommend games, DLCs, Switch games we can add to the Turnabout point as well. Working on more Plat by past segments of games we have the Trophy for, as well as switching things outside for games on the Switch, along with more Turnabout Story experience or Travel Guide experience and Pokemon Plat and between those. As well as live speedruns, Super Mario Upper Dreamer experience, and Pokemon Square EV speedruns. I'm working on the Dragon Quest 11 notes at the moment. They're almost finished, and I've got to also do Final Fantasy Picture Master stuff as well. I upload them to YouTube because I've enforced a delimitation on my videos before they have been deleted and wanted to be a separate place for everyone to find my content to do so, and you'll also get a notification of when I go from that as well. Follow or subscribe to me on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 picture master experiment. You'll get access to more tournament registration points you can use to vote on for the next game that we play after this. Princess Peach Showtime, Dokkan Character Returns, Luigi Mansion 2, Persona 4 and Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. The next 3 games to choose from are between Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Fantasia, and Tomb Raider with 3 Remastered. You get sub badges and emotes, as well as ad reviewing, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch trouble, or get ad block. I got appreciable support today for the follows chat, subs, bits, likes, raids, etc. As always, we're doing rivals on Monday, quick matches, competitive mini games. If anyone wants to do those as well, I believe Blade will be out by then. I'm not sure. I think he's coming very soon, so we'll have to wait and see when he does. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Which I'm in Discord. I'll just invite my friends. Discord server close to 2,000 members. Still going strong. Painting Boxing Gamers, of course, as well. I'm very active there and also get a notification of when they go them as well. And finally, should know who create my stream overlay that is used for all my feature content going forward. You can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone that we can raid. If anyone has a raid request like me to make, I'll probably do so. Otherwise, we will just see who's currently online right now and give them the raid. Let's see who is currently on stream, if there's anybody. Here. Perfect. Yeah, I'll raid Serrata again, why not? They've been in here for pretty much the whole time. And they're doing some Wobble Z again, so I will send everyone over to there. So, all that being said, have a good rest of the day night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.